健闘を祈る。
人類に栄光あれ。
人類に栄光あ
人類栄光あれ。
What's the plan then?
We're going to the Winchester.
The pub.
Yeah, boy!
Good, good. Share our warpstone, and I will not eat you. Yet.
Alice? Who the fuck is Alice?
Okay, so hopefully, hopefully we can get this up.
Today's fish is trout a la creme. Enjoy your meal. I will.
How's everybody doing? We okay? He's starting. I am. It's my brother's birthday. Happy birthday, Whiskies bro. Sophie's here. Hello, Spike. We've got a Tobes. Hello, Shirato. Sophie Soph. Spike. Purples is in here. Avian. Hello. It's going to be their YouTube channel. Oh, God. Okay. It's their YouTube channel. Hang on. It's on their YouTube channel. Copy link. Paste and go. Okay, so it's going to be on the live one here.
And we can always build more killbots.
And it's on at 3, right? So does it just get dropped as a video at 3, or is it why is it not a live that's on now? Make sure. There we go. Dang, where is my hello? It is me you're looking for. It's oh shit, what is it? Exclamation mark howdy. Exclamation mark howdy. Hopefully live and not just a trailer. Yeah, well, hopefully. Hopefully, right? Hopefully.
Look, I'm Woody. Howdy.
Give me that.
Look, I'm Woody. Howdy. Oh, I know there's Horus Heresy at 7 as well. Yeah, I know there's Horus Heresy at 7. Don't you worry, Spike. Let's turn those notifications off. Okay. What time is it? It's now 3 o'clock, so it's definitely on the YouTube.
Where is the music? Fuck. Move.
There's no music because we're about to watch Total War. You guys want to watch Total War? We can't put music on. I should have just made sure that it wasn't on this. It's definitely not on here. Okay, looks like it's definitely not on here. Home. There's the trailer. Do a refresh. 21 hours ago for the trailer. Videos, nothing. Live, nothing. Ah! I definitely did not spell music right. Où est la musique? Tabernacle? What the hell's Tabernacle? But we already know everything about the drop site massacre. It's in the books. So we don't need to watch the reveal. That's true. Okay, so I can finish the stream earlier than 7 then. Is that what you mean? So I don't have to stream beyond 7 PM tonight because we already know what's going to happen in the drop site massacre, right? If that's how you all feel, it means I need to stream less today, which is great. Firstborn Space Marines, never seen those before. Yeah, you can skip it. Is it live yet? Have we got anything dropped? Streamed 2 years ago, streamed 5 years ago. Somebody let me know.
No, you cannot skip it. Stream more.
Definitely not on here. Is there a Twitter for Total War to say that that's what they're going to do? Anyway, how is everybody? Beside me faffing about trying to make sure that this is right, how is everybody? And oh, can I make that smaller? Yes, there we go. How is everybody? And how's everybody's Friday? Oh, is it up? Oh no, have I missed it already?
Hey folks, welcome back to What's Next. I'm Freeman, your head of community, and I'm excited to be here today to talk to you about what's coming in Tides of Torment. which releases later this summer. And I'm not doing this alone, of course. I'm joined by members of our development team who are here today to take you behind the curtain and talk to you a little bit about what it is we've got cooking. So let's start with some introductions, and of course we'll start with the person who probably needs the least introduction. But Todor, tell the people about yourself.
Todor?
So,
my name is Todor.
And I am the game director of the Warhammer 3 DLC. I've been doing that for the past several months.
And I have an amazing
I was
beard.
game director of Total War Pharaoh. Previously, I worked on Total War Troy and even
Geeks on
before
Couches,
that,
but they
all
do
the
it better than
DLCs
Games Workshop.
for Rome 2. And over here
Cabal
is...
of Assassins.
Thank you, Toshe. My name is Tuyan. I am currently the art director and concept lead for the Warhammer DLC. Previously, I was the art director for Troy Mythos, and Pharaoh.
Mythos.
And sitting to my right, we have...
I really do like that it's all like European stuff.
Warhammer. My name is Vasil, and I'm leading the Tides of Torment DLC. And I've previously spent some time dabbling in Pharaoh.
And in this What's Next episode, we're going to be very excited to talk about that next faction that we've revealed recently in the Skulls event. We'll get to that in a moment. But elsewhere,
what faction did they reveal?
Talking about some of the reworks that we've got going on. There's one we actually missed in our last video, so stick around. And we'll also be talking to Stoyan as well about some of the art of our game and how much work goes into bringing it to life. But Todor, let's give you the first question and the first honour, of course. Who is that next faction and next faction leader we're bringing to the game?
Thank you for the honor. The faction and the race both are very dear to my own heart because I'm a fan of those hardy people in the north that live right on the edge of the chaotic influence, the Norskans. Yes, we're adding a new legendary lord to the Norskans. His name is Sail the Faithless. He's a powerful spellcaster. Unlike
oh my god!
The other legendary lords, he's not one to
Mannerings.
always lead from the front and try proving his physical might and his prowess and his bravery. He is all about manipulating those around him and making sure that they believe he's their friend, after which he betrays them. And based on these treacheries, he builds and builds.
I thought they were just chaos. Looks at the model. Oh, they are chaos.
This, of course, leads to him slowly getting surrounded by enemies, but, you know, this is the price he had to pay.
He's gonna search
the
for
old
power,
Forge World Mage.
All across the world in terms of winning chaos or not so much in for himself. And he's going to be
Sophie with a resub.
He will possess 2 spell lords for the Polaris.
Thanks, Sophie.
And that's going to be a bit of an experimentation. It's going to give him a lot of versatility as one of the most powerful spellcasters in the game.
Now, we mentioned as we were talking about Sail there that there's a lot of manipulation in his realm, and we've had some elements of this with different gameplay factions that we've introduced in the past, such as the Changeling. How is it that it differs to that type of manipulation that we introduced there?
So Sail is quite different from the Changeling, as he's closer to an ordinary faction. Like, he's a Norscan, he can occupy settlements, he can also raise settlements and dedicate them to the various chaos gods. But there is a special feature you will use to plan, execute, and reap the rewards from your treacheries. Like, initially, we explored a kind of a more rework of how diplomacy system works, but this is kind of a dangerous thing to do to a live game, and this is why we opted for a specific feature to cover the betrayal part of Sail.
A thinly veiled false doom.
Diplomacy is a very prominent legacy feature. It's similar to treacherous waters that we try to navigate very cautiously, as it could bring a lot of fallback after it if something unfortunately breaks or changes too significantly. So we've worked around making Sail's betrayal feel natural for him, so it's represented properly as a treacherous person, and his flavor is felt by the players, but doesn't clash too far with the diplomatic system that's already within the game.
I'll have to click that link later, War Masters, otherwise it will take us off.
We're not going to talk about all of it today, but we can maybe give a sneak peek at some of the units that we've been working on. So Vasil, talk us through some of these very headline units that we've got.
So where should we start? Well, clearly the expectations fall first on Sail. As we mentioned, he's going to be the great spellcaster, and he also is very familiar with a pal of his named the Night Maul.
Trying to work out. I'm not handy. I'm showing it for you guys.
For those unfamiliar, it consists of a few Sail's unfortunate sorcerer pals that got fused into one single entity.
Oh, cool.
And in our interpretation of the Night Maul within the game, it's going to be an ability that Sarah's going to be able to cast towards his unsuspecting and unfortunate targets. During the process of development, the Night Maul proved incredibly challenging in various technical aspects.
Blame it on my ad.
So that was
ADD.
one of the more driving reasons
Rusty
for us
chains.
to go towards that approach. But talking about how the Night Maul looks, I think that Stuyan can share a little bit more as well.
Yeah, the Night Maul is actually a very different looking creature compared to the rest of the roster. So we enjoyed a lot creating this thing, exploring all the Warhammer lore and trying to make it possible for the game, because of course, especially for the animation team, the challenge is multiplied by the extra limbs and mutations the character may have, and yeah, it was very fun to make it.
So I like all the models and the art and the lore and everything.
But it's difficult to keep all the people together, so it kind of feels natural. So we kind of gave it up.
Okay, so we've talked about the Night Maul. Then the roster. What else do we have on there?
Another addition to the Norscan roster is the Fimir novel.
Oh, the Fimir!
It's an addition to the Fimir family, which we already have in Warhammer 3, and the Fimir are known to walk in the shadows.
Super effective. Fuck off, Andy.
Advantage and to surprise a suspecting friend. The novel will be no different. He's going to benefit from that as well. And also, as
Andy's really good at
hero
that.
character, other Fimir present in the game will benefit from his presence in battle in various situations. So they can use him in conjunction with them, but also with other monsters and creatures in the Norscan roster.
Any more we want to talk about today?
Let me think a little bit about it. We can talk a little bit about the Chimera.
Oh, yes, please.
We're also adding a Chimera, the three-headed monster that I imagine it comes to no surprise to most, unfortunately.
That's 4 heads.
But it's a very vicious flying creature, versatile in combat, is going to be able to get in and out of battle very quickly. And its 3 heads will possess 3 different attacks that will also give it a little bit more
Hound, bird,
zest in how it engages with other creatures and characters on the battlefield. And of course, there's going to be other secrets, but we're going to keep them for later.
There's going to be other secrets.
The Chimera, there is a little known biological fact that it has 4 heads because its tail is also a head.
Yeah.
True. That is absolutely right.
Okay, well, do make sure that you are, of course, subscribed and following us everywhere, because we do have more of this roster to reveal. But later, you know. Now, it's been some time since we've had the opportunity to update Norska, but when we go back to looking at one of these factions that haven't been updated in a while and brought in line with those new standards that we kind of have, what's the first type of thing that we look at for this faction?
So, yeah, as you
said, with the Chimera.
The Norskans have been in there for quite a while.
Oh, my Star Wars on stand basis.
Just please update them. They're in need of love. And we've decided to give them this kind of love right now. There are 2 types of updates that we're making to the Norskans. One of those is related to their racial mechanics, but we're also doing some faction-specific ones. So in terms of racial mechanics, we're changing the way the monsters arcanum work. This is a favorite change of mine because it makes it kind of more relevant to what I'm doing in my campaign. We're also updating the way Chaos Gods Allegiance work, and also the dilemmas related to Confederation. We're expanding them. In terms of faction-specific stuff, we are changing the way Seafang works for Wolfric. Seafang is his signature ship, and currently he is available in the game only as a battle ability, but we have extended his presence to the campaign map. So right now we're using Seafang. Will provide you with an easier means of transport.
I'm guessing this is meaning a lot to Hendy and those who play
which will likely turn you into this ultimate raiding machine that we're going for, the flavor of Wolfric. And as for Throg, Sil?
Throg
is an interesting case where he's the Troll King a little bit more on paper, at least that's how we saw it in the current example. And as Solo mentioned, we've tried to push in the flavor for other Norscan faction, not just Throg. So one of the factors that we looked through when we did these reworks is to make them feel distinct of each other. Wolfric, Throg, and Sail. Wolfric being more the marauding side. Sail, the diplomatic manipulator, and Throg, the monster king that expands his kingdom in destroying things around him, basically. He's going to remain on his present position, but we've adjusted him with an additional mechanic that but where he's going to be able to utilize
You want to play Norska?
his influence towards other monsters and trolls more in particular, and call their power, one might say, in order to aid him in battle and aid him in his further conquests. Another interesting addition that it's also worth saying is that we're adding a few more hunts within the Monsters Arcanum. So there's going to be more monsters to hunt, there's going to be more creatures to seek, and more rewards to reap.
And another tiny but significant update is that both Throg and Wulfric are getting an additional set of voice lines. Especially for Throg, it was important to convey the fact that as he is a troll that's been touched by chaos, he's also a more intelligent kind of troll. Perhaps
Trog, show us where the chaos touched you.
Yeah. We saw that Wulfric and Trog were lacking VOs from the original game, as they're one of the more older factions within Warhammer. But also we've heard the comments about Trog's previous VOs, and we completely agree with it actually, and decided to redo completely Trog and update Wulfric to be brought in line with the current state of what Warhammer is today.
Okay, well, awesome. I'm glad that you guys have had the opportunity to do that. I know it's something that you guys have been asking for quite a lot on the Reddits and the forums. In the last What's Next video, we kind of forgot to talk about the Dakala and Slanesh reworks that we're also trying to do.
There's a lot of talking and not a lot of showing.
What are the things that we've looked to update there?
Slanesh is an interesting case where they were represented just by Nkari currently, and we wanted to make the new faction in terms of Dakala and Nkari feel distinct from each other, but also supplement what Slanesh does right now. And while it does it,
it's a show they've done.
We've
Hey,
updated
Cookie.
systems to bring them more into up to speed with the current trends that we've used in other reworks. So that applies towards the technology trees. We've looked towards the proliferation of codes to make it a little bit more functionally usable in terms of their current strategies and what they aim to achieve right now on the map. And also
called a dev
we've looked
chat.
how to improve and tweak some of the more controversial aspects of Slaneshi benefits, for example, their replenishment and also their usability.
Do you think this is what Games Workshop tried to do when they did the reveal where it was all talking and no showing?
There you have it then, Sail and the Norska are our next faction that you can look forward to when this next DLC launches later this summer. Now, unless you've been living under a mangler squig, you probably saw the Skulls event very recently, and you may have spotted this first look at Sail. Take a look at this.
Oh shit! What the fuck? Yeah, that's what they showed yesterday, isn't it? But I didn't. For some reason, I missed it. I think I must have been painting.
Trailers are just fantastic for us to watch. Break it down.
Yeah,
for
I
us,
missed
though,
it.
Total. What have we actually seen in that trailer?
So we saw the first significant moment of Sail's rise to power, and also the treachery. Because what happened in this particular case is that Sail was a part of a conclave of magicians, and they're conducting a special ritual. Unaware that Sail has, fiddled around with it for a bit, so it backfires the ritual because of Sail's treachery. And what happens is that the leader of the magicians, called Shalkane, and probably I'm butchering the name, I don't know.
You wrote the name, so it's up to you how you pronounce
Only
it.
his teeth remain, and there become a battle ability for Sail further on. Whereas the other three spellcasters are fused into this hideous blob of moving flesh.
Oh, that's the spellcasters, all blurred. Oh, right, okay.
The Nightmare. And this is something
Fuck
that
Sail.
you will see Sail use in battles.
Is Sail going to make it to the fuck you list?
I mean, there's so much work that goes into creating them. When we start to concept them, so how long does it take for us to get from that point to the finish line where they're looking as cool as we saw in Skulls?
Well, it's a quite long process.
We can watch this after.
Everything starts with the brief from the game design team. We collect all the information we need, the research for Warhammer lore, and gathering miniature references, if there is any. After we collect all the information we need, the concept team start with
there's no minis, Sophie, it's a computer game.
Representing the main visual features of the character. After the sketch is approved, we continue with the actual concept, where we create more detailed and accurate version of the character, including multiple view angles, material guides, stuff like that. And after that, the concept is actually ready to proceed with the modeling part, where we create the geometry and texture and materials for the in-game model. After that part, the character continues his journey to the skinning, rigging, animations, and VFX. So it's a quite long process. A lot of teams are involved, and yeah, it's a great team effort in general.
Now, one of the great privileges that we always have with these What's Next videos is the opportunity to talk about the craft of making a video game, because it's something that...
I'm just pausing it for a second. I really like the fact that this is all European stuff. Like, it's so refreshing to have videos like this talking about hyping things up with an English accent and then these like European accents as well, rather than the American ones. I know that's really, really kind of picky to say, but...
that we love doing, but it's never easy. And I mean, that's always going to be true of art as well, isn't it, Stoyan? Like, what are the challenges that you bump into when you're trying to create something as immersive and diverse as the world that we have in Warhammer?
Well, I think the main challenge always is to keep the fine balance between multiple requirements, one of which is to keep all the assets true to the Warhammer lore and sources, in the same time to fit the already established visual style and technical requirements for the game, to be capable of performing all the actions and abilities which are required by the game design, and in the same time looks cool. So yeah, all these things are kind of difficult to balance in some cases with some characters.
And already this DLC that we're creating now, it's taking shape. And it's stuff that we're really enjoying having a look at and playing with already. But when you guys are playing the builds that you have today, what are the things that are really making you smile and say, I can't wait for players to actually get hands on with this?
Well, from my perspective, one of the things that really inspires me is the fact that I, as a war player, am one of the first to experience the entire thing of playing a campaign with Sail, and seeing how his features have come together so that a particular type of experience can be achieved, and also then providing input on that experience. But if we're talking specifically about art, I love the battle animations of units. So what I do on
it's taken you
in the very beginning, before I hit the
18 minutes to tell me.
I just arrange my units and I do a pass over with the camera right by them to see how they roar or, you know, sharpen their weapons or whatever. This is something that I love, not only for Warhammer, but for any Total War game that I've played.
It's actually one of my favorite aspects as well, to see something brought to life from a sketch that we've all worked to bring into existence, and then with the progression of how it appears without maybe the textures or maybe without animations, and then the animations appear. And because, well, for us in game design, we're focused over multiple aspects of the
okay,
product
that's weird.
itself. We're not always keeping in touch with the latest development, and it's occasionally brings a smile for me too when I'm doing testing of a feature or something else, to see a new animation added and it's something incredible, something great. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool, and that's one of my favorite processes of this job actually as a whole.
There is literally a kind of magic in there, because for some of the units, what you know in the beginning is just a brief paragraph of text, and then months later you see the unit in the game. And you say, my God, it's alive. This is what it is.
It looks awesome. It's always a great feeling then.
And we're obviously so blessed as well, because there is so much creativity in our community and from our players. When we see art come from them, whether it's their own creations, whether it's mods, whether it's just tiny tweaks on what we've got, like, what is it that you see in our audience that inspires you, Stoyan?
Yeah, for me as an artist, it's always inspiring and interesting to see other artists' representation of Warhammer units and characters, especially ones which don't have actual models, references. So in such cases, without such specific reference, is very important for the artist to have great imagination and deep lore knowledge to be able to
create this character
in the best possible way. So I think that especially for the concept,
Chris is hypnotized. I'm reading the subtitles.
Imagination is very valuable trait, and I suggest to all aspiring artists to try to always create something new and different, not always everything else which is already there.
Now we have 6.2.
They're cool accents.
There's going to be things that we still want to do before we get to update 7.0. But
update 7.
So, you mentioned 6.2 right around the corner somewhere. In 6.2, we will be updating ancillaries in general in the game. Their effects, their trigger conditions, we'll likely be adding some new ones. We will be trying to find the balance between making those ancillaries that are perceived as, not as useful, making them more powerful, more prominent, but still retain the ones that are fan favorites, their unique status. These update to the ancillaries, we have been thinking about it for quite a while, and we've decided that now is the proper time to release it. And earlier in the year, we released 6.1, which brought about a significant update to Kislev factions.
They're not professional actors.
The gameplay of Kairos with a few additional units for Cathay. And we're really happy with it, because this was our way to address player feedback related back to the release of Shadows of Change, because these were the factions from the Shadows of Change. One thing that we did find out is that it took a significant effort to...
They wouldn't sell any, no, because they have beards. Like, all the guys have beards, therefore they don't need razors.
So the next patches will be focused on...
They're all growing beards, Sophie.
In the game. Of course, the ancillary system is something that is quite far-reaching, but it is one of the features. And these are our plans in general for the future patches to focus on specific aspects of the game itself. One thing that we're doing in addition to the patches and the hotfixes, which are still recurring, is the Proving Grounds. The Proving Grounds are this special kind of an arena where you can play a version of the game with some fixes and some changes in there, and give us your feedback.
Flesh Terror's Razor.
This is a proper moment to thank our community for providing us with feedback on the campaign AI changes that we have done so far. Our main goal was to make the campaign AI
magnificently
more
groomed,
so that you kind of meet some resistance in the later stages of your campaign. This makes it more engaging, more interesting, and it was really amazing to go through the feedback of the people playing actual playthroughs and telling us how
Game of Funk, what?
Telling their story.
What did Mannering say?
That we're facing, because a total war game, if you have to experience its entire campaign in actual environment.
What did Mannering say?
It takes a lot of time to complete. We don't have enough people over here to do sufficient amount of playthroughs for
the Immortal Empires.
And you already have more than 100 playable factions. Of course, the deaf people are playing it, and our QA team, God bless the QA team, are playing the game too, and we're taking their feedback into account. But the Proving Grounds are a really priceless source of feedback, so please join them, please give us your feedback, we'll take it into account. And we plan to do some more in this year, again related to various aspects of the game, where such changes which will benefit the most from a lot of people playing them.
Okay, well, that's probably just about all the time that we've got for this particular What's Next video. Of course, our thanks to Todor, to Stoyanov, and to Vasil for joining me today to talk through all of these changes. But there you have it. Sale is our next legendary lord leading the forces of Norska, and of course he's joining Dakala, who's marshalling the forces of Slanesh. There's still one more legendary lord for us to reveal, which we'll be doing in the next What's Next video, which we should have for you next month. In the meantime, do make sure you drop down to the comments below. Let us know what you think. What have you enjoyed hearing about today from the team? what's got you super excited for what's coming next in Warhammer 3. For now, we will say our goodbyes, but do make sure you head over to totalwar.com. You'll
There
find
we
all
go.
our socials linked from there, and of course,
Who's going to grab the DLC?
We'll have plenty more to show you on this DLC in the near future. For now, we'll say our goodbyes. Thanks very much for watching, and we'll see you in the next
Bye, dude.
Bye, folks.
Oh, it's Destiny. Oh no, it's not Destiny. It is Destiny. Oh, it's Splitgate. What's Splitgate?
Right then.
Right, let's watch some football.
My name is Adam Cleary. This is a football channel, hence the name. And in the Europa League final, you had two managers we are constantly told are too tactically rigid to ever change what they're doing. And one of them...
No. It's fine. I was only joking. Right, let's turn this on. No. Not much. Right. So, okay. So I've just been recording the video on this one. The legs have just been gluing. I've just been recording the video on this. That now needs to stand over there and let that glue cure again. Just on how to convert this up properly. Right, so that can, if I pop that at the back over there, in fact, there we go. Lurk? No, why are you lurking? See, why is purple lurking? We need purple here because we're painting purple stuff. Showing you kit bashing. Yeah, we're showing how to kind of save these robots and how to make them look cool, which I think I've done. I think I've managed it. So I've got the last little bit to do, which is how to put the flamer onto an arm. So we're going to cut that part of the melter off and attach it to the flamer, so the flamer's underslung. Just looks better. So get those up and out of the way, and then we're going to be painting some of these. This is showing a bit of the underlying model. It is, yes. Yep, it is. They are all right. Once you kind of tweak them, they're okay. Obviously, I've got to talk as well in the painting about all the trim and how shit all the trim is and everything. Yeah, and he's kind of painted on the back. Yeah, I'll get to that at some. Well, the video. We're going to do the video. So right, I need to get all of these out here, and then I've got some other models there which I need to remove very secretly. I also started playing around with this, trying to get the base sorted for the forest dragon. So I've done one side, and then I've started this side. I need to kind of start adding on, just trying to work out the kind of because I've got lots of aspects, lots of little details and things that I want to include on the bases as a whole. Like on this side, I've added too much of this light brown all over, so I needed to kind of speckle it a bit more. Yeah, it's not bad. It's going all right. And then I've built up this bit here, so I can kind of cover it with some leaves. And then this side's going to be a little bit more open, and then the dragon's obviously going to sit on top as well, which is going to be cool. Rip out the human head, stuff a demon in, easy peasy zinchi. Yeah, that's the starting point. That's the starting point of that. So that's going to be a long little process. We've got loads of little bits to add on there. Loads of bits of kind of jungly, foresty things. Right, we need to put this away. There we go. This is a replacement God hand clippers that I bought myself after Hannah got me some for my birthday, which was very kind of her. You can go back there. Yeah, keep the Cathay out of sight. No, it's not the Cathay. They're not the Cathay. I can neither confirm nor deny anything about Cathay. Chris, can you say yes, no, or maybe to my DM? neither confirm nor deny that DM, Hendy. They have a bit of Thalax in them. They're the Thalax of cyborgs. Well, I got this up in the video, and I was like, that's what the automators. Chris, no. You could say no to yes, or you could say no to yes or no to the DM. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I could say no to the question that Hendy asked. Yeah, I brought that. Like, I don't know how they went from that to what we got. I don't know. I don't know why they got so thin. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Ton of shadows and light and focus points. Nice. So yeah, that's where that's the Horus Heresy, where the kind of the Horus Heresy stuff came from. I don't quite know why it's right. I need to move those out of the way. There we go. I shouldn't have done that because you can hear how big the models are when I'm moving them. Right, that's those. That can go in there. Take the yes, yeah. I think if I was to do a 1,000 tons army, I'd probably. I mean, that's the only issue. And you need 4 of them. I think they're the same size. I think they're on a 40mm base. Oh no, they're on a 60, so they're much bigger. So they wouldn't fit on a 40mm base either. But yeah, they just needed to. I don't know why they didn't just kind of use something like that as inspiration. Why they made them so thin? Because they could quite easily just stick them on a 60mm base, make them that big for 40k. But anyway, doesn't matter. Hey Ren, how are you doing? How are you doing, Ren? Hi Ren. Hi Ren. How are you? Oh, this stuff arrived, by the way. So I've got brush cleanser and paint purger as well. There's nothing on how you're supposed to use these. So I'm going to get some old crappy brushes and just kind of, I don't know, dip them in and try and loosen some of the paints on there. I don't know what the cleanser. Does it tell you what's in them? No, it doesn't. The only thing on this one is it says that it's got P-Mentha 1,8 Diane in it, and there's nothing on this one either, and this one just says flammable liquid and vapor, so it doesn't actually say what's in them at all. If that's methylated spirits, I've got methylated spirits down in the garage. If it's methylated spirits, it's very diluted, because the methylated spirits I've got is very, very rich purple. This is incredibly diluted if it is, so. And it doesn't smell anything like it, but that one's got a bit of a pong to it. But I'm certainly not trying them on my new brushes. I'll try them on my old knackered ones just to see, because you've got some of these here which have got. There we go. We've got some of these here which have got little kind of bits of paint dried up in the ferrule up here. So I'll try and see if I can kind of get those bits out. But I don't want to use them on the new ones because they're going to damage the bristles. Like you can't put Kalinsky sable hair, which is basically hair. I'm not putting hair in a spirit, and it's not going to get damaged. So I'll try it on my old knackered ones just to see if it gets rid of some of this down at the bottom, just to test it. But I'm certainly not using it on the brand new ones and things. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. They have a brush care video. Okay, I'll go and have a check on that. I'll go and have a check and see what they say for both of these. Obviously, thank you very much for sending them to me to try. But it was, I think it was Teeny Tiny who raved about it. So we'll see. We'll see what it. See how they do. Right. Okay. I'm going to get some music on. Oh, I've got some cool things to build over the weekend. It's going to be awesome. Let's get some music. Right, we had, oh my god, we had A Knight's Tale yesterday for movie night. It's fucking brilliant. Such a good film. Such a good film. So that was really cool. And actually, I asked over on there we go. I asked over on Blue Sky. I was like, okay, I'm thinking about, because I love these helmets are just badass. They're so cool. So I went to try and find some. The proportions on them are like, that one's a bit off. That one's pretty good. That one's okay. It's just a bit tall. That one's the best in terms of proportions. So I'm going to print this guy anyway, and then he can be a general or whatever. But I just asked, and I asked Hendy as well. Hendy sent me loads of stuff, which was really, really helpful. And then we had Bretonnian Crusades are in the Arabian mentioned in the 5th edition. Where are the other replies? Oh, there we go. They're down here. And then Darren was saying that the Arcane Journal for both of them are actually quite good. So the Bretonnian Arcane Journal has an Errantry Crusade, and then the Empire one has lots of knightly orders. So I've not even looked at the Empire one really, in terms of the Arcane Journal, but apparently there's loads of knightly orders, like the hammer-wielding White Wolves, which sounds quite cool. So maybe we could do like a crusading knight army which uses the Empire rules. So that's all I'm doing, is I'm trying to find a way in, and then it's like fucking games. It's enticing, and there's all the armies I've kind of got on the go in my head. So yeah, I'm just trying to find out a way to construct the army, and then which rule set. It's kind of like what came first, the chicken or the egg. Do I pick a rule set first and try and fit the army into it, or do I try and kind of imagine an army and then try and fit that into a rule set? So it's kind of like a bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And a lot of the times I think the rule set will inspire what the army will end up looking like, which will then like circle back and inspire which army rule set I pick, kind of thing. So that'll be quite cool. But yeah, I'll print this guy over the weekend, I think, at least, because I've been wanting him for ages, because he's so cool. It just looks so badass. Yeah. Big update for the castle collection. Have my wood elves arrived? No, it's next week. It's next week, Sophie said. Next week. 2-week pre-order, Sophie. The purple one wants to sit for a bit on the brush. It's for dried on paint. Oh, okay. Cool. Spiky, what does Spiky say? First big update for the castle collection. I saw, perfect. And then it sits for a couple of minutes. You work it out with your thumbnail. Okay, cool. Again, I don't like. Yeah, I'll definitely try. Like anything that you do that's that aggressive is going to be for the older brushes that you use for like metallics or base coating and things like that, which is fine. So keeping them for a little bit longer, but you don't want to damage like the surface of the hair. The knight would make a great large size model. I mean, a lot of the models would make really cool large scale models, but I'm going to print him at old world scale and stick him on a square base and see how he looks. For starters, right, music. Have I put the music on? I have put the music on. I've turned my volume down, didn't I? Because it was YouTube. There we go. So yeah, that's all that. Ren, how are you doing? Are you doing some more Bretonnians? Ren, I have kind of stumbled. Be gentle, of course. I've kind of stumbled into knights, so we're going to try and do a crusading knight army. I've not flicked through the Empire one at all. I need to have a flick through that one and just see what that one looks like. Right, we need Eclipse Grey is what I need. But yeah, there we go. So that's what the bodies of those robots look like, just with those little, they're 2mm plastic card, and I just kind of extend the bodies out. I've glued them onto those two as well, just so I don't lose them. So they're still on the sprue, but they've got the extensions on the shoulders both done ready. There's the magic item cards. I've got some sleeves. I did get some sleeves, so what I'm planning on doing is printing out all the rules, all the magic cards, just on card. I'm going to get some kind of like some beige card, and then send them through the printer and just print out all the magic items, and then put that card, cut the card out, and then put it in the Warhammer Old World sleeves. Because then I don't have to worry about printing the back. Printing the back of the card, I don't have to worry about that then. So I think that'll be that'll be a sensible way of trying to get all the magic things. So I've got a PDF of all the magic cards, which is good. What did Ren say? If you finish a Bretonnian army before me, we can no longer be friends. We will be nemesises. Brett's Entry Crusade list, all night, all day. Errantry Crusade list. Is that the best one, do you reckon, Hendy? Is that the way you would reckon I should go? Rather than the nightly orders? Nemesi. I mean, no spoilers here. No spoilers here, Ren. But I'm not doing, like, none of the knights, they're not going to have their own heraldry or anything. They're all going to be from the same crusade. And they're going to be dark as fuck as well. They're going to be really dark, so it's going to be quite a quick paint job. The only thing I've got to do is I've got to try and decide on what models to use. I did find these, which aren't a million miles away from being cool actually. There's no individual pictures of them unfortunately, but they're not too bad. You just have to cut the top knots off. Although I suppose you could have these as Grail Knights. Grail Knights? No, Questing Knights. I suppose you could have these as Questing Knights, couldn't you? That's Exiles, but it's fun and thematic. Oh, yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't give two shits about competitive at all, Hendy, as I'm sure you realise. I know the Exiles are very, very good. The Victrix ones are good. I like the ones that you posted, Hendy. They were quite cool. You need them to follow the Gord. You need them to follow the Gord. I need what? Empire then? Empire? What do you mean Empire? Empire, what did I say that made you say Empire, War Masters? 3 more big peg characters will mean at least 1 more year, right? Are picks up anywhere for them? Will you be painting the backs? What, of the... Oh, uniformity. Well, I don't know, because like... The Bretonnian army has more range between the knights, doesn't it? So you can have like the hierarchy of the Crusader knights. They don't like. I'm using the list to not extrude. I'm using the list to express the army idea that I've got in my head, which is all like dark Crusader knights, Life of Brian like Crusader knights. Almost like the Night's War that we watched the other week. So that kind of dark style. Not once you start converting the nightly orders, to be fair. Oh, really? Okay, I will definitely have a look at both of them. I'll definitely have a look at both of them. It was just so that conversation that was on Blue Sky happened this morning, and I've not flicked through the. Not flicked through the arcane journals for either of them just yet. And then also, if I did a dark Crusader Knight army, I was wondering, well, what would be the Pegasus version for that army? And it's probably just a dark Pegasus, isn't it? It's probably just a black, dark looking Pegasus. But I do want to use a Hippogriff as well, because I think that would be cool. Why not do a Children's Crusade? What the hell's a Children's Crusade? What's that list from, Avian? There's something like 6 different nightly orders you can upgrade knights to, including upgrading demigriffs to the knight order. Well, I went dark. Demigriffs. Demigriffs would be cool. I hate the demigriff models. They look like that's the only thing about the Empire stuff. If I did the Empire list, I would absolutely have to find 3D prints, because the Empire horses with like the tank armor with the legs sticking out at the bottom just look really, really bad. Look up Knights Hospitallers. What, just like Google them now? Knight Hospitaller. It's so fucking cool. It's just Saint Jean of Jerusalem. I love that. I think that's awesome. So that's what I want. I want an army of that. An army of the Black Knight. There you go. See, I critical of the Children's Crusade, Chris. I love these old armor. I really don't like them. I think they look. I think they look terrible. The traditional narrative is like conflated from a mix of historical and mythological events, including the preaching of invasion, an intention of peacefully convert Muslims in the Holy Land of Christianity, bands of children. So which narrative? What's that traditional narrative? Because I asked Hendy because I thought the Crusade Knights, the kind of the stereotypical Crusade, because I don't know anything about this. I just know I like that style. So I did a very quick bit of kind of searchies. So is this the order? Oh, hang on, what's that? It's a Maltese order. Oh, it's so cool. This is so cool. Knights Hospitaller. Courageous Crusaders of many names, homes and roles. Ancient origins. Oh, look at that. So I need to do a Knights Hospitaller army. So I was asking Hendy yesterday, like, where the lore behind it came from and how that lore might link into the old world. I was just trying to find like my way in, because I thought Bretonians were kind of inspired or whatever around the French, and I didn't know whether the Crusade stuff would slot in neatly, but Hendy was saying that they're from all over the place. St. John of Jerusalem, commonly known as the Knights Hospitaller, is so cool. The Order of the Knights of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem are the Christian knightly order like the Knights Templar. So okay. And look at that. That's just. So we need to find. I need to find. Well, at least we got the colour scheme sorted out. So Ren, this is the colour scheme. So we're going to do this. But question is, do we go Bretonians or do we go Empire? And there was one, like that guy. If you paint him black and cut the top of his head off, cut the top of the thing off. Where is he? Where's he gone? There, that guy. If you get that guy. And cut the top of his helmet off and paint him all black. That's basically that, right? So maybe we go Bretonians. Or what's this, Ren? So there is a Brett Lord with those colours. Bretts look okay in black and white. Yeah, see, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, and obviously black and white is going to be really, really nice and kind of quick to paint. Because you can highlight up and then you can wash the whole thing down, get it all grubby, over highlight, wash the whole thing down. That's the fro slap. The fro slap is that over highlighting, washing the whole thing down. So maybe is there an Empire version? Okay, now and the other thing, I know you all say I get distracted with all this sort of stuff, but a lot of the time it's just. A lot of the time it's kind of mental planning. Like I've got an idea and I need to kind of follow it through, and if the idea stays with me for like a couple of months or a couple of weeks, then I'll kind of follow it through. Like I've got the Minotaurs and everything. The Minotaurs look cool. I love those. They look amazing. So that's just going to be really, really fun and incredibly quick to paint. Like the Minotaurs aren't going to take much to paint at all. I'm going to kind of they're going to have a little bit of airbrushing. I'm going to like slap a little bit of texture on top with brush and then airbrush them again. Done, sort of thing. And then obviously the Wood Elves. The Dark Elves and the Tomb Kings are my armies, which I'm just collecting all the cool models that I like. But this sort of stuff, it's like, well, I'll write a list. And then, is that the Empire? No, let's go to the Empire. So, I know it sounds like I flit around a lot, but I promise I don't, really. You do, yes. I promise I don't. I mean, I do, but... yeah, the Demigriff, no, I don't like these. What would you do? Maybe they're just... I hate the armour. I hate the armour on the horses in the Empire. He's cool. He's cool. He's weird, but he's cool. He needs to cut the top of his head off. Is there a... Right, that guy. There's the new guy that's come out. How does that translate over to that? Doesn't, does it? So it is Bretonnians, isn't it? We've got to go Bretonnians for the... Where is it? There we go. We've got to go Bretonnians for the model. Although he just needs a new head. If you gave him a questing knight head, like if you gave him one of the... What was that head? What was the helmet called, Hendy? Hendy told me what that helmet was called. A great helm or helm. Also called a pot helm, a bucket helm, or a barrel helm. So if you gave him one of those, which I have found, is it on here? No, this is where that's from. I think there were helmets on here that I found. Anyway. Great helm. I think Brett's work best. I think Brett's work best as well. Particularly as well because I don't have to then go searching for models. Because where are the knights? The Empire Knights are just like... I mean, the... I just think that looks terrible. I just don't think that looks great at all. So yeah, I think it is probably Brett's. I think it is probably Brett's. And then I don't know. I mean, that would look cool. That would look cool. Painted up all dark. And then Knights of the Realm, Knights Errant. And I have these as well, because I bought these. I remembered this the other day. I remembered this last night. I bought these to turn into Graveguard. So I've got all of these built without the arms and the heads on, because I got them to turn into Graveguard, and then they released new Graveguard, so I don't need them anymore. So I've got all of these, so I can build 20 foot knights. So maybe I print, maybe that's where I start. Maybe I start by printing off loads of great helmets to fit into these, build all of these, paint them up, and then see where that sits. Why did you buy these? I bought them to turn them into Graveguard. I can't remember where I put the picture. See if the picture's in Discord. Hang on. Where would I put the Discord picture? Not Old World. Spearhead Challenge, maybe? Did I put them in Spearhead Challenge? No, I didn't put them in Spearhead. Maybe I just put them in... Oh, did I put them in Project Ideas? I put one which I'd finished. Sort of finished. Like, tacked together. With a helmet. Put it somewhere. Maybe it was in the whip gallery. Did it ages ago anyway. Sounds like an idea Hendy may have seeded. Yeah, well, yeah, Hendy sees a lot of stuff. He's annoying. I can't find the... Did I take a picture of it? Hang on. I'm trying to find a picture of this one. I had nothing to do with this one. What, the Bretonnian one? No, you helped when I asked you the question. You did help when I asked you the question, which was cool. Minis. Did I... screen caps. I'm sure. Where did I post? This is the problem with having too many fucking photos of stuff you've done. Sorry, I can't show you scrolling through the minis either because I've got pictures in here and stuff I can't show you either. No, I can't find it. But yeah, anyway, I bought these to turn into Graveguard, so I've got 20 of these. So I'll build these up. I'll print off some heads. But I didn't see the idea. No, that's very, very true. You definitely can't use Empire if you want to desecrate the gorgeous helmet ornaments. Yeah, I'm definitely getting rid of the helmet ornaments. The helmet ornaments are definitely going. Like all that is gone. It's going to this. Look at that. That's the badass. That's the badass one. That one's even better in proportion. That one's maybe a little bit too kind of thin and tall. That one's awesome. So we got the color scheme. So is this what the Black Knight was in Monty Python? Do you have like a Pinterest or Miller note to save your ideas? No, I just kind of I just drag this picture and throw it out on my desktop, and then I have just a folder of stuff. I just have folders of stuff. Knights Hospitaller. There's a little bit of red in there as well. So, oh god, you're one of those. Yeah, I just drag them out. There's so much going on in my head in terms of like ideas bouncing around. It ends up being a bit more focused when I write it down, because when I rewatch the director's cut of Kingdom of Heaven. Okay, cool. I'll do that. I will find Kingdom of Heaven and rewatch that. Know your meme. Oh, you see, we could just do that. Red and black. No, I quite like, and also, that's Black Templar, isn't it? So there must be transfers, right? There must be a transfer sheet. There must be a Black Templar transfer sheet.
Potato Pigs Christopher.
Potatoes! There's not one there. There must be a Black Templar transfer sheet. To throw it out there, Hospitaller theme, and use them as a Chaos Army. Because then you could have... Chaos Knights, Chosen Chaos Knights, and Forsaken Chaos Knights? Have you got 3 versions of Chaos Knights in there? Hey Soul, how you doing, dude? No. Just 2. Oh, is it just Chaos Knights and Chosens? Okay. Still pretty cool. Chaos Knights are core in Chaos? Not Forsaken, sadly. I'm sure there was some Black Templar. This is for Old World. Black Templar transfers. So is that a current one? 2021. I wonder whether there are some... I mean, it's a fucking simple logo. There's got to be like dirt cheap transfers from somewhere for the cross, right? There's got to be that cross somewhere on a transfer sheet that's dirt cheap. So I'm not going to struggle with that. Core for regular knight. There's probably loads of historical transfer sheets if you just look up Hospitallers. Yeah. Is it time for Horus Heresy? Horus Heresy is 3 hours away. So we've got 3 hours. There are Marauder Horsemen as well. Okay, what do you... So I think we've kind of decided that it's either Brett's rather than Empire. So now what do we reckon? Do we reckon Brett's or Chaos? And then I get to do a proper dark as shit glowy green knight. So I'm gonna have to get 2 of these. One to paint for the wood elves and paint it up like all floral and like and woody, and then one to paint dark as shit for the other ones. And the Grail Knights are the ones with the hand weapons, right? So the Grail Knights are the ones with their hand weapons. And then the Knights Errant? Is it Errant? Knights of the Realm. Knights of the Realm and Knights Errant. What's the difference between Knights of the Realm and the Knights Errant in terms of the models? See, these helmets are kind of nearly there. They just need a simple top. Anyway, let's get painting. Finish. What is the world finish? Wouldn't you want to finish your Tomb Kings and Wood Elves first? Finish? Can work on multiple things, it's fine. I misspoke. Unit of slightly bigger glowy green Knightess models using Dragon Ogre rules. Fuck. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's FP2. It's FP2. Formula 1 FP2. Hang on. Let me just get that up. I'm gonna put FP2 here so I can watch it. There we go. I've got FP2 on Sky.
About this year's car, Adrian Newey has had with the 2025 design team has been at lunch breaks at the Aston Martin factory. I thought when you said that you were joking.
There we go. So I've got FP1. I've got Formula 1 as well. Monaco. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Indeed. It's Monaco. It's FP2. FP2 at Monaco. Right. Has anybody got anything else to kind of close that? Well, not really close that off because we're going to end up carrying on talking about it. Chaos allow you a lot more freedom. Shit. Counter argument to that is I already have the idea for the dragon worshipping marauder army for Chaos. We'll just get wet. Oh no! So maybe Brett's. Oh, I don't know. Maybe Brett's. Maybe Brett's for that. And the other one for that is as well, if I did do Brett's, they've sort of already got the models. If I do Chaos, they don't look like the Knights Templar straight away. So it's a bit more of a tenuous link on what it might look like. So Lizard Men. Hey, Captain Mannerings, if you can sell me somehow on Lizard Men, I'll be impressed. Right, we need to find Eclipse Grey. Where is Eclipse Grey? Where have I put Eclipse Grey? Where did I put it? Is it there? No, that's black. That's green. That's brown. That's graphene grey. Is that Eclipse Grey? No, that's blue. Where the fuck is Eclipse Grey? Oh, hang on. I've done that. I've done this before. I put it in a pot, didn't I? I put it in a pot. There's Eclipse Grey. I've been talking for so long. Chaos Lizard Men, paint them red, say they were corrupted to become dragon spawn. Fuck off, that's cool. Fuck off, that's cool. Dragon spawn, Chaos Lizard Men. I hate you all sometimes. That was all Marauders though. These are your warrior-based army. But also, that's the Chaos-based army. And maybe I go Bretonnians for the Bretonnian-based army. I don't know. I do quite like the Bretonnian ones. I mean, the horses are weird. How have you found the horses, Ren, in terms of painting? With Nid heads. Cthulhu Lizardman. Someone who's doing that in Rob's Discord with Oh, pics. Need pics for that. Right, so let's get some Eclipse Grey. That sounds cool, Mannerings. That does sound cool. Yeah, so it's ideas for cool armies. They're okay. Is that it? Are they a bit kind of yucky and flat? Maybe I had thoughts back in the beginning, but after 3 months of the Royal Pegasus, they seem rather fun. 3 months on the Royal Pegasus? That's longer than it took me to paint my Golden Demon Glorfindel. 3 months, wow. You were on that on and off though, weren't you? You were doing other stuff in the lots of flat surfaces. I think they'd airbrush quite well. I think I could probably throw slap them quite well. Ren's army will win something. Oh, Tobes! Brutal. Brutal, Tobes. Brutal. I mean, Glorfindel has won something. Glorfindel's won gold. Just not at Golden Demon. Maybe that's why you didn't get a demon. I only had 4 weeks to paint it because it only came out 4 weeks before Golden Demon. I had no choice in the matter. They'd airbrush well if I hadn't stuck them on the base. Okay, so that's the top tip then. Don't stick them on the base. And then if we do really simple. If we do really simple, the forest floor bases that I'm doing for the wood elves, that kind of thing, that would probably work. You had longer for the second one. I did have longer for the second one. I did, yeah. I thought that was UPS again. Shame there weren't any models out you could paint. Yeah, but that one came out. I was like, holy shit, that's so cool. Right. Oh, did I not? I didn't turn it back on. Hey, Sinister. You can still see a lot of the comparison underneath from the side, so you'll want to hit that if it bothers you. Comparison? Caparison. What's a caparison? Also, I got my. I've printed the rest of the bases for my Dark Elves, so tonight I'm going to be basing all my executioners. Well, not basing, sticking on their bases, all my executioners and Blackguard of Naggarond. I really should say Naggaroth. Blackguard of Naggaroth. Why they suddenly changed them to Naggarond, I don't know. But yeah, so I'll be gluing all those on, and then I'll prime those. Get the metal done on those, and then we can maybe sit down at some point next week and just do the blue. That would be quite cool, and they'll be looking pretty good. Again, stupidly quick to do. So I'm thinking these. No, it's really cool. I tell you what, it's really cool. The flowy horse clothes, basically. You can still see a lot of the comparison underneath from the side. Oh, like the inside of the opposite side. So if you look at it from the right, you can see the inside of the left caparison. You don't know what a Capri Sun is? I have no idea what a Capri Sun is. I never had a Capri Sun at school. I wasn't that posh. It's really cool. Thank you very much. Because like, I appreciate that. I'm like, guys, I don't know anything about this. Can you please teach me about some stuff from the? Can you teach me about some stuff from the Crusades and things? And this is the other annoying thing. That is what I thought history was going to be at school, and it wasn't. It was all the Industrial Revolution and boring crap. Yeah, so that's why I kind of went off history. And then when you get older and you're like, oh, this is really interesting. I wish we'd learned about that. So yeah, thank you. You're going to need either a bigger hobby desk or hobby room with all the projects you'll have on the go in a couple of weeks. What do you mean? What do you mean in a couple of weeks, Sophie? I have all my armies are in really useful boxes, like I said a while ago, and they're all stacked up. And I've got like 4 stacks of 20 army boxes, all in really useful boxes. So yeah, anyway, thank you for being A, patient, and B, very kind to teach me and educate me with all these little random bits of information, which are really, really fun. Especially the Night Hospitaller. Because now, thanks to you all, I've even got the colour scheme for the army. Is that right? So next question. Was there any kind of army... Was the Knights Hospitaller... Did they ever go into battle on a large enough scale to be considered an army? And if so, was there any influence within the army for different, like, were there peasants and things? Did they get peasants to fight for them? Did they have knights on foot instead? Were they always on horseback? Like that kind of thing. Like, what would if they did go into kind of large scale battle, what would that army, in inverted commas, look like? I'm very jealous of everybody who has this sort of level of knowledge, because I've got like weird geeky knowledge of other random bits and nothing about cool stuff like this. Yes, they were part of the Templars, weren't they? Yeah, but I don't know what that means, Sophie. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at, Sophie. No, they were a separate order.
God, Chris, read some history.
I know, right?
Yes, I'm a gatekeeper
I know,
and a
right?
hater. I'm also God's favourite princess and the most interesting girl in the world.
It's a Tari 2. Hey, Tari 2. Tari 2, I'm being educated today about medieval history, which is awesome, and I'm loving it. How are you doing? So I need... Right, okay, so next question. Should I just do these first? Should I do one of these first? Come on. Should I do one of these first with one of those great helmets, or should I... Where is he? Should I get that? And then I can do, and then I can see what that scheme looks like on a larger scale model, because that's a cool model, right? And then we just have to kind of remove all the frills and stuff. Yeah, we're going to do potato picks in a sec, actually, because we do have new potato picks up. So we're going to go and have a look at them. We are mentally planning a Bretonnian army in the image of the not the Great Crusades. I know I've been lurking for a bit, and you've still not shown them. Oh, okay. You ordered Bretonnians. Nice one, Sinister. Do a mountain knight, then forget about the army when you move on to the 3 more new projects. I'd be better if I could see some potato picks. Let's have a look at. Let's go and have a look at. Hang on. Let me just finish some more of this. We need to blend that into that. Let me try. Actually, so I'll finish this trim, Tari, because I don't want to stop halfway, because that's when we kind of get distracted and miss up. And then we're going to have a look at the potato picks. You should send your dear pal Tobes one of the nights on foot so he doesn't have to spend 24 on a character for my D&D character. But then I'll only have 19. Dear friend Tobes. Oh, Toby. Toby, Toby, Toby. These brushes are so soft, it's ridiculous. Beautiful. I'm not sure if I want to paint Bretonnians or a Bretonnian, or so I started with the Lord on Pegasus. I am definitely not going to start with the Lord on the Pegasus. Also, Ren would hate me if I started on the Lord on Pegasus because I'd have it painted in a week because the colour scheme is so quick. In my head, anyway, planning out how I'd paint the colour scheme, it's so quick. Ren will put an assassination request out for me. Right. Where are we? So, stream gallery, Discord. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Ren. Why would you do that to yourself? Did you not watch Ren for the last 3 months? Chris and Cheesecake, we've been friends for a year and he still hasn't sent me his Vordry. Vordry? But I've only just got Vordry. Right, let's go and have a look at Pussycats. Oh my god. Oh, I thought that was all... What? Has he got a furry blanket? Hi. Hi, he's super cute. If we're lucky, she might even pay me to do it. The Battle Standard 1. The Battle Standard Bearer 1, that'll make a great commander for your Bretts. The Battle Standard Bearer is a free battle standard in Bretts. Because you just buy a 60-point paladin, stick him on a horse, and he's a free battle standard bearer. Instagram. Oh, what's this? Oh, wow! Oh, they're cool. Huh! I like the Slanesh Kragnos. I like the Slanesh Kragnos. Cute putty tat. It's a putty tat. It's a po. It's a po. Let's move the tray all the way from the other side of the room and added a paw to it. And then we've got, hang on, which one is this? Is this Gargamel? No, this isn't Gargamel, is it? Gargamel's smaller. Bigger than this. That's not Gargamel, is it? Oh, look at Toby's cool stairs. Toby has cool stairs. Look at Toby's cool stairs. And he's got a bike. I am judging you. I judge you too. Toby has a cool void. That's Gargamel. They're awful stairs. They're cool as shit stairs. Shut up. They're awesome. And then... Hi. Feels like a 3 AM hazard. Feels like a 3 AM hazard. Okay, so I need to print helmets. Oh yeah, who did anybody answer about the Knights Hospitaller armies? Did we get a thing on that? Use the swords on the foot knights. They didn't use large axes much during Crusades. I mean, I like swords anyway. The Hospitallers, like other orders such as the Knights Templar, provided a vital few hundred knights to Western Crusader armies, especially from the Third Crusade onwards, when they often formed the flanks of armies on the battlefield. They're all religious fanatics, same bucket helmet. They were like the Templars, but a different faction. Rarch, Kingdom of Heaven. No, they were a separate order. In 11.5 years here, I've hurt myself maybe once on the stairs, and that was catching my head at the top. Ouch! So they wouldn't work for me then. Oh, look at Poe. Hi, I'm super cute. There we go. There's your potato fix for the day. Going for a glass of water and getting pretzeled by my stairs. I love my stairs. Visitors hate them, but I'm antisocial, so fuck them. You've added potato picks. You've put more potato picks up. Put more potato picks up. Oh, you have as well. What is this rug? That's Tato. God, look at Tato's tail. Floof. He's a shell of a man. The stairs have ruined him. Hi. Hi. I got a cute nose. Going for a glass of water. Oh my god. It's just a curled up ball of awesome fur. This is very true, the shell part anyways. They look so calm and comfy, don't they? Cats are just like, we got this. We got this. Where's my tacky? Oh, to be a cat. Right. So, Ren, are you okay with me doing a Bretonnian army then? Is that alright? After being such a devil with the morning, she can calm and freaking adorable. Does that happen a lot? She's like, oh my god, you're so annoying, Tato, Poe. And then she's like, I'm cute now. I'm like, god damn it. Ah, he's cute now. So, should I just do an entire knight army? Just everything is a knight. Either on foot or on a horse. No peasants or whatever other things are in the list. Just do all knights and barons and paladins and stuff. Don't worry, Ren, he won't finish it before you. He'll get distracted and painting else constantly. Yes. Yes, totally. Totally. She's cute all the time. When you want to scold her, she's like, look how cute I am, and I can't scold her. Look how cute I am. I don't know. If I were a cat, I'd probably have exceeded my life expenses 2-3 times. What would you put in the rest of the army, Hendy? It's got. It does actually have to have some colour. They can't all be. They can't all be black and dark silver. So we're going to have to find something else in the army to make it interesting. Have I got the Bretonnian? Let me get the where's Microsoft Edge? Microsoft Edge, there it goes. I just use Microsoft Edge for PDFs because Microsoft Edge seems to handle PDFs better. That's the only reason I've got Edge. Is that Forces of Fancy? Yes, there we go. So we've got Questing Knights, Mounted Knights of the Realm, Knights Errant, Battle Pilgrims and Grail Reliquary. What the fuck is that? Peasant Bowman. Hang on, where's the Sergeant at Arms, that's cool. Handmaidens of the Lady. Right, there we go. Duke, Baron, Prophetess, Paladin, Damsel, Sergeant at Arms. 1 Knights of the Realm on foot. So you have to have a Knights of the Realm. You have to have Men at Arms. So we have to have Men at Arms. What are Men at Arms? Knights Errant. Squires. Questing Knights, Pegasus Knights, and Mounted Yeomen. Right, let's go find Men at Arms. Dudes on foot carrying a dead knight around. What? Oh, the Battle Pilgrims and the Grail Reliquary. Where's the Men at Arms? Questing Knights, Grail Knights, Pegasus Knights, fuck's sake, Mounted Yeomen, Hippogriff, Trebuchet. I've gone past them, haven't I? Peasant Bowmen, Men at Arms. There we go. What are they? Commoners. Okay, so it's a group of commoners with hand weapons, pole arms, light armor, and shields. And I have to have 10 of them. Okay. All right, lurk time. Boom. Where am I going to get all my Bretonnian information from now when you go on lurk? Dudes on foot carrying a well, I was happy before I moved here, so maybe. Toby was a happy Tobes. Toby's always happy. Battalion box, and a box of Foot Knights, and a box of Pegasus Knights, and Knights of the Realm. You'll have a good base to build your army from. I'm not getting a battalion box. Definitely doing Pegasus Knights. So we want two kind of orders of knights within the army, don't we? So we either need like questing, grail, errant, like two of those, so that we can have the hierarchy between them. Pegasus Knights will be really cool because they can be like Dark Pegasus or Dark Pegasi, if you like. Let's do that grey. I haven't done that grey. Either bowmen or polearm peasants are your tax requirement for a grand army in the oh yeah, of course, the Errantry Crusade. You can do it without. Oh yes, of course, yes. We were going to do the Errantry Crusade, weren't we? What's the special rules for the Errantry Crusade? I'm going to have to get the Bretonnian Arcane Journal up. Are there any bad limitations for that? Oh, hang on. That one is you can't have level 4s, can you? I think they can have. Can they have a level 3 with that weird allied wizard or something? And then I'd probably be happy kind of going with 2 units of Pegasus Knights. I think that would be quite cool. Having them both as like Dark Pegasus, like all. Could you? It's exiles that don't get the level 4. Ah, okay. Remember Kreki? What's Kreki? That's a massive army right there. You could easily make that 3,000 points. I'm not doing 3,000 points. Just 2,000 points. I think. I mean, if we do the Errantry Crusade, we can just do knights, can't we? And then we can have a sorceress on a unicorn as well. The 1346 battle between England and France during the 100 Years' War, where the English longbowmen defeated the French crossbowmen and cavalry. Is that Agincourt, or is that something completely different? Was that a different time? Was Agincourt a different time? Oh, that's Crequi. Right, gotcha. When was Agincourt? Was Agincourt like 10 something? So you just forget stuff. See, that would be cool, I suppose. That would be a good. That would be a good reason to have the crossbow, to have the longbows in there. Errantry Crusade. Hang on, here we go. Errantry Crusade can take Empire Knights and Empire Circle Knights as mercenaries if you wanted to take. That would be cool. Empire Inner Circle Knights. Right. Okay. Yeah. I like that. So then we can like shift the look on one unit of knights, and have one unit of knights looking really cool. Are they interesting, by the way? The knights errantry things. What mischief did I miss? I am learning all about the Crusades. Teeny tiny. All about like the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller. And all that sort of stuff, and it's really interesting. I love these kind of streams where I just learn shit. Twitch chat like just educate me on stuff that I'm interested in but don't know about. So it's really cool. Yeah, I'm planning my 15th Old World army. It was watching when we watched A Knight's Tale, and I was like, this is so fucking cool. So you just want knights, don't you? And then I was like, oh, maybe I could have Edward the Black, Prince of Wales, Edward the Black Prince, sorry, leading an army of crusading knights with William Thatcher as his like lieutenant or whatever, as his paladin, and then I was trying to work out how that would fit into an Old World army, and I asked Hendy to kind of teach me a little bit about all the crusade-y stuff, and now everybody's teaching me, and I've found out about the Knights Hospitaller, so we've got the colour scheme as well. We've got the colour scheme for the army, which is really cool. It's like black with the Templar cross. Well, I don't know what the cross is called actually. I'm guessing it's not the Templar cross. That's one more army between. What's one more army between friends? I mean, exactly right. Like it doesn't matter. Like, and I'm only mentally planning it in my head, and then we'll probably do one test model when I can grab a Bretonnian Knight. I thought the Bretonnian Knights would be quite cheap on eBay, but they're not, because I checked that last night. And I also printed out the rest of the bases for my Executioners and my Blackguard of Nagaroth. So I now have bases for all of those. So tonight I'm going to be sticking those onto their bases, which will be cool. So then I'll have a unit of 30 actually Executioners with the unit filler, which I'm going to do. So that will be quite cool for that. Plus 20, it's like 22 with the unit filler for the Blackguard of Nagaron. The Blackguard, I kind of want to have like some purple tentacles or something in the unit filler. I think that would be quite cool. So So then I'll have those, and I can prime and do the silver on those really nice and quickly. So that'll be an easy 2 units to sort of get mostly done, because the Dark Elves are quite quick to paint. And then I need to actually play some games. Really helps with planning ideas out and freeing up headspace. Yeah. Like that's my big thing about once I've kind of fleshed it out. And you guys help so much with stuff like that as well. And I'm sure it helps you guys when you all kind of splurge stuff off in Discord as well with ideas. And then once I've got it to a place where I think I can kind of write it down. You write it down in a little notebook and you can see the ideas on the page, and it helps even more. But you've got to get that initial, okay, especially when I just have an idea and I don't really have any concept of where the idea is based. Like this Knights Templar thing. It's really fun to explore it. So, are you doing the Dragonspawn Lizardmen? That needs to be expanded further. Like, that's lots of Saurus in my head. In my head, that's lots of Saurus. And Carnosaurs and stuff. I don't know whether Carnosaurs are even in Old World. And I've got to grab the 3D files for the helmets, which I liked as well, off my mini factory. So I'll grab those over the weekend probably and try and print one. I think because I've got the models already, it makes sense to do the Foot Knights, right? So I may as well try and do the Foot Knights, see what they look like with the helmet stuck on them. They should have Carnosaurs. Should and actually do is completely different though, isn't it, for Games Workshop? We should have Dark Elves in fucking Old World, but no. Right, let's catch up on chat. What ideas have people had for the Crusader stuff? Some down in the computer so you can link images and ideas. So I do think you might find it a bit easier. Hang on, what was that following on from Captain Mannerings? I approve of the many armies, to be fair. Makes my own seem more reasonable. Yes. Really helps with planning ideas out and freeing up headspace, indeed. A week today will be nearing the end of UK... Oh, nice! They are. They should have... So Carnosaurs are in the game, so you could have loads of Dragonspawn Lizardmen, Saurus Warriors, Croxigors, Carnosaurs. Fuck the Skinks. Just drop the Skinks. Yeah? Could be quite cool. So yeah, this is the colour scheme. Teeny tiny. That's the colour scheme. So we're just doing the Knights Hospitaller, which is this. It's that colour scheme, which is going to be super kind of quick to paint because you could airbrush the vast majority of it. Do that really nicely. Knock it back with some like throw slapping, and then you can easily get. I mean, that's just a. To talk about what I know, that's a Black Templar transfer sheet, and I'm pretty sure you could easily get transfer sheets with all of those on for shields and things. So that would look really, really cool. And then obviously we've got a little bits of red on there as well to play around with, and white. So yeah, that's the kind of the colour scheme. And then the helmets, we're gonna try. I'm gonna print off a load of these helmets, which are oh shit, I forgot what they're called now. Great helms. I think they were called Great Helms. I think Henry told me they were called Great Helms. Yeah, they're just badass. When I do make mine, I'm using all the colours. When you make your what? Are you going to do Bretonnians? So I think we're gonna make it a Bretonnian army, and we're going to put that color scheme on these models, and particularly on the knights. These ones. Knights of the Realm, Knights Errant. I don't know what the difference between the Knights of the Realm and the Knights Errant is. We'll put them on. These, and then I'll change the heads to the 3D printed ones. Oh yeah, your Halfling Bretonnians, of course. Yes, you've got all the Halfling Bretonnians. That's so cool. So yeah, I'm going completely the opposite direction. I'm going totally the opposite direction, and I'm doing this color scheme, which should, I think, if I can get it right, it should look really good. That kind of color scheme, which should be quite quick to kind of do on masses, and then it's just the little touches that can kind of like just pop things out. Lore-wise, errants are the young and new knights in training. Oh, so knights errant are the young ones. What the fuck? That's Sky F1 just refreshing and putting the volume up for some reason. Let me mute that tab so it doesn't do it again. There we go. So that's Knights of the Realm. Knights Errant are the young ones, and then Knights of the Realm are like the qualified ones. Often cocky and a bit shit, but kind of brave. Nice. So in game they have slightly worse weapon skill and are impetuous. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So is this one of those is this one of those occasions where you tend to run Knights of the Realm more? I'm doing my breaths in Knights of the Holy Sepulchre. Knights of the Holy Sepulchre. Knights of the Holy Sepulchre. I'm liking all of this. I'm liking all of this. So Heath Ledger was a knight errant, is what you're saying. Chris should paint him as one. Their Jerusalem garb is bluer. This is just going to be so much fun to kind of play around with, in terms of getting all the kind of the grime and everything on them. Dave Powell, nice. Fuck, that's nice. What's that sculpture? What's that? I mean, that's got to be a large scale model, right? That's gorgeous. Wow. That's gorgeous. There we go. Crusading knights. In the real world, they were pretty brutal from what I remember. What, the Holy Sepulchral ones? But I really like the stark white garb with coloured accents. It looks really good, and because you've got the white on there, you can do the patina and the dirt and the dust and the grime and everything down at the bottom and really kind of fade it out. It looks fantastic. In a regular list, people use the Realm ones. Yeah, in Errantry Crusade, you have to have 1 unit of Errant. So I need 2 units of Knights Errant. Gotcha. So I need 2 units of Knights Errant and 2,000 points. Minimum size units, I would guess. And then you do backed up with 2 units of Knight... what are the other ones called? Knights of the Realm. And then the questing knights are the ones with... Hang on, you've got questing knights and grail knights, haven't you? What's the difference between those two? Questing knights and the grail knights. Questing knights, grail knights. And I want units of Pegasus anyway, because they're cool. Okay. Questing knights. Are questing knights the ones with hand weapons? Questing knights have hand weapons. Grail knights have lances. Okay. What's the hierarchy, if I may ask? Is it errant, realm, questing, grail? So much grime. Yeah, it would look really good, won't it? It will look really good. What's the... How long have we got until 7 o'clock for the Horus Heresy reveal? What time is it? It's 5 o'clock, so we've got 2 hours. Should be able to get the vast majority of these done then. Now I'm thinking, screw that. If you want to make Peggy Knights, go Norse and Valkyrie it up. No. Because, like, the Scandinavian Viking side of things, I think I will save for when Norse do come out. I think I'll save that. I'll like pocket that and save it for when Norse come out. Because you can bet your ass I'm doing Norse. I'm not missing Scandinavian influenced Norse mythology in Old World. Will they ever add Norska in the Old World? If you want to go Norse, you go Norska. Giggity. Wolves of the Sea was basically them doing a tide you over Norska. Yeah, I thought that was kind of that, because it's like Marauders, Chaos Marauders kind of thing, because it's before all the chaos properly emerges into the Old World. Kislev, that was the one I was thinking. Kislev, not Norse. So I'll probably save that kind of vibe for the Kislev. Big ladies on big horses. That's the Chaos Marauders, basically. Yeah. So the Chaos Marauder one is my dragon worshipping Chaos Marauders, so I can use those cool 3D printed dragons. To be fair, Russia is Swedish. Kislev is Russian, not Norse. I know, but I in my mind, I kind of wanted to go Viking. We'll see how that works.
Kislev are Russians, you fucking tourist, not Norse. Fuck. Moo.
The less said about that, the better as well, because they're currently doing dicky things in Ukraine. Born of Stockholm. Not much is missing from that. That's in Norska in Total War, to be fair. I don't think a War Mammoth. Okay, right, hang on. Oh, the yellow flag. There's a yellow flag in practice 2. Who's gone off? Oh, track clear. Oh, was it Hajar? Was it Hajar? Can't see any damage. Yeah, it was Hajar. Isaac Hajar. Oh yeah, he just hit. That wasn't too big. Right, let's do the best looking one. There we go. There we go. What colour would you do the horns? Purples. So I need 2 units of Knights Errant. I suppose they could be the ones without helmets. They could be the ones without helmets, I suppose. And then you could have the Knight Crusaders as the Knights of the Realm. Do you even include Knights of the Realm, or do you just go straight to like Grail Knights and Questing Knights? And Peg Knights? I bet there are really cool Bretonnian lists out there already for that, for the Knights Errantry, army, which I can just copy paste and apply all the models that I want to.
I'll let you decide for the colour of the horns, Christopher. You're the artist, not me.
Oh, thanks, Purples. I was wondering whether you were going to get the question, whether you were going to get the answer right. That was all. Because I know what colour I'm going to paint them. So I bet there's already some really cool lists all worked out with magic items and everything that I can just go, yep, okay, yep, let's just use that list and apply the colour scheme and the ideas that we've got to it. Dishes. Such a meta chaser. No, not meta chaser. I'm just like, I'm sure somebody has already written a list from that, so I don't have to. And then I don't have that, like that part of the army idea. I then don't have to worry about. I can just go, oh, I'll just kind of copy and tweak one that's already been written. Like maybe somebody's done one that's included some men at arms or something. I'm like, well, I'll just swap those out for something else. Or swap out a magic item for something else because I don't like the magic item, but it gives me a starting point rather than having to do it from scratch. Unlike like the Minotaur army, where I'm like, well, I know what I want. I want 18 Minotaurs and 2 Doom Balls and a Battle Standard Bearer, etc., etc. There we go. Scribble that down. Okay, I've got 200 points for some magic items. Well, that will just flex and change as we write it. The Bretonnian one, I don't know where to start. So if somebody's written a list already, which I'm sure they have, for the Arcane Journal, I can apply it. I can take it, apply it to what I'm thinking, and see how close it is. Pegging Knights, Knights Errata, and Queuing Knights. Pegging Knights. I wonder whether anybody has actually done. If anybody has modelled Pegging Knights. Like, oh, what's that unit? Well, it's obviously the Peg Knights. And then everybody goes, oh, that's very clever. quite impressed. I've not been distracted by the Formula 1 hardly at all. And it's been on for 57 minutes. It's only got 3 minutes left of the free practice 2. Barely been distracted. Leclerc is fastest as well. Where's the fuck is Verstappen? Wow, Verstappen's slow. Although they do tend to do weird rotations, do the Red Bulls, so maybe they haven't put the quali on. There we go, there's that one. Does Formula 1 turn left or right? F1 turns left and right. There is usually more right turns than left turns because they tend to go clockwise. Therefore, you need two more. Generally, you need two more right turns than left turns. Otherwise, you don't go clockwise. It's an F1 weekend. It is indeed. It is indeed. This is motorsport. God. As soon as I mention any sports, everybody's like, "Fucking hate sports. Shut up." Who's winning? Leclerc is fastest in FP2. Hey Mala, how are you doing? I think you have Google image search available to you, Chris. What for? What are we Google image searching? Because it's boring. No, it's not. It's fine to like sports. It is completely fine to like sports. It's hilarious. Every time I say something about sports, everybody's like, "Fuck off! It's so dull. Hate sports." And then you just get all the stereotypical "sports is boring," all that sort of stuff. And sport isn't boring. Sport is some of the most exciting thing you can watch. Right, there we go. Power wash simulator, that's boring. Thought you were talking about F1. Well, I'm talking about F1 now because F1's on, but sports in general. You are with nerds who paint teeny tiny models. I think our hobbies tend to shun sports. I don't know why I don't know why though. Why do nerds shun sports? Like nerds absolutely they just seem to detest it. It's like no, I'm not interested in football. Isn't F1 sport? It is. I'm so glad Mannering isn't into football. Why do we think the nerd community, if you like, hate sports? Because we chose nerd hobbies over sports, otherwise we would be jocks. But it's like, it's not a either or thing. Maybe it's an American thing, because you've got the jocks. Maybe it's a stereotypical American thing then, so you have to be a nerd or a jock. Because nerds are bad at sports, hence becoming nerds. If you listen to the stereotype anyway, I'm really good at sports. I've played pretty much every sport under the sun. I've even played lacrosse. I never understood it. I played D&D in the locker room after hockey practice. Amazing. Football specifically is pretty obnoxious. I can understand the hate of football. Like, I can understand the hate of football. It's changed a little bit in recent years. But I can completely understand the hate of football because they are obnoxious. They are, like, overpaid. I mean, are they overpaid? They are overpaid. They're like overpaid, arrogant, like it gives them that kind of vibe, right? It's not quite like they're not quite the same as basketball, because basketball has a different culture as you're getting into it. Same with cricket, same with rugby. and things like that. Whereas football, football has a different culture at the grassroots, so you get that kind of arrogance coming through the grassroots a bit more. But like Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan and that sort of stuff in basketball was so competitive, but so competitive in such the right way, whereas football isn't competitive in the right way, really. I know plenty of football fans who are nerds. I know there's like football fans can be, and players, I guess. It's so mindless and overhyped. My basketball team were more into music. We don't have the classy issues like Britain. We have a click problem. I want to say nerd hobbies have become more mainstream, so more athletic people are doing nerd hobbies. I'd agree with that. Golf should be ashamed of itself, but never will be. Football, both American and your variety, seems to really attract jackasses. Yeah, and like I say, I think football, English football, has improved over the last 10 years, I'd say. And there's a very small minority. That make it difficult to watch. Favorite sport to watch. Tennis. Absolutely adore watching tennis. But I like literally. I'll watch every sport. Like next week, you're all gonna hate me because I'm gonna have the cricket on. I'm gonna be watching the cricket while I'm streaming because it's England West Indies. It starts next Thursday, and that's gonna be awesome. My handball team were mostly a combination of my basketball team and soccer team, like Derby. Watching tennis is for cats. Watching tennis is amazing. See, I was a tennis coach for 10 years. I'm very good at tennis, so I love watching tennis. Tennis is unbelievably exciting to watch. Unbelievably. Cricket isn't that bad, but again, it's time for me. Aren't the US the cricket world champions? No. I used to watch sports, but the hobby I retired from conflicted with watching sports for 20 years, so I never got back into it. Cricket, oh God, how do I see? I knew Sophie would say that. I knew Sophie would be like, cricket, ugh. Cricket is an excuse to drink with mates. Yeah. Because so Trent Bridge was 10 minutes from Games Workshop HQ. When the cricket was on, when the international cricket was on. When I was working at Games Workshop, we would take the Friday off. A lot of us would take the Friday off and go and watch the cricket down at Trent Bridge. Tour de France is amazing. That's plenty. Yeah, Tour de France is fantastic. But the hobby I retired from conflicted with watching sports for 20 years, so I never got back into it. Australia, they're champions. Cricket world champions, are they? Did they win the World Cup? England won the 2020, didn't they? Because they beat New Zealand in the 2020 World Cup. Did Aussie win the? Did Aussie win the? I didn't think they did. But I must be wrong. I couldn't name who I thought had won it, so maybe it was the Aussies. That said, I love motorsports and baseball. GT3 and F1 are incredible. Yeah, motorsports, baseball. I love watching baseball. England was 2019. I thought England won it back to back. Aussie 23 did that. Oh, okay. So we did. Oh, okay. I thought we won it back to back. Oh, that's me being wrong. The only time I watch football is the World Cup just to wind up my dad. Yeah. See, Sophie watches things just to antagonise people. Real sport is rugby, preferably women's rugby. Just sport, no theatrics and drama. Rugby's fantastic. Sampras was the apex of tennis, as were the Williams sisters. Now I have no idea. What were you following on from that, Avian? I used to watch sport, but the hobby I retired from conflicted with it for 20 years. Right, okay. Cricket is great. Gentleman's game with very few Americans. That's very true. A noble motive, Sophie. Yeah, so tennis is unbelievable at the moment. The standard of tennis over the last 20 years has just been unbelievable. Like if you watch a tennis match now, even down to like the last 16 quarterfinals, of a Grand Slam or even of like one of the Tour 1000s, they just don't miss. They don't miss. It's just winner after winner after like forced error, and it's just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Tennis is incredible. What they're doing at the moment in tennis is just ridiculous. So it's really, really cool. I love watching tennis. But yeah, at the moment I'm watching. Oh, Piastri's crashed. Oh shit. That's not good. Locked up going into the first corner. Are we getting players over 6'6" yet? It doesn't work. Avian, the last really, really good player who was over 6'6", because I'm 6'5". The last really good player who was 6'6" or over was Del Potro. Juan Martin Del Potro. He was 6'6", so he was half an inch taller than me because I'm 6'5.5". If you are over 6'4", tennis at the top level becomes very tricky, because good players can take advantage of the fact that you're sort of too tall, and the trajectory of the tennis ball in rallies starts to become a problem, because rather than hitting the tennis ball in your hitting area, you're constantly hitting it below your waist, so you're constantly hitting the ball up, rather than kind of like attacking it a little bit more. So when you get taller than 6'4" in tennis, and this is just down to the constraints of the size of the tennis court. When you're taller than 6'4" in tennis, you are at a little bit of a detriment, because of the way that you have to hit the ball. If you watch Del Potro hits the ball so flat, and because you hit the ball so flat because you're so tall, you lose the kind of the safety hit over the net. Therefore you are just at that. And top level tennis is just like, it's insane. It's like 1% here and there. So if you're constantly hitting the ball flatter, then you're at like that 1% more detriment. Hey Sextus, how you doing? I probably was distilling it into the serve rather than considering the rally. There's massive servers. There's massive servers. There's, what's the guy who plays for what's his name? There's like 6'8", 6'9" servers. There's one who plays for America. I can't think of his name now. God damn it. But again, he's not very good. He can serve really, really strong, but then as soon as you return, then you can't compete in the rally. Your movement suffers. So 6'2" is about the perfect height for a tennis player. 6'1", 6'2". How did you manage Chris being 7'5"? I'm not. I'm 6'5". I had to constantly swim below my belt. Yeah, similar issues in baseball. I would imagine. Yeah, I would imagine it's a very, very similar thing in baseball as well. If you're too tall in baseball, although doesn't the pitching spot move depending on how tall you are in baseball, or is it always at the same place? So if you're short, you're always kind of hitting a little bit high. I thought I can't remember what it's called. What's the area which you have to pitch into? The pitching square. Depends on where the pitcher aims. No, I know, but you've got the square which you have to pitch into, otherwise it's out, and you can get it's a ball rather than a strike. Yeah, go play pickleball, Sophie. Actually, you won't because you hate sports. The square is pretty big. It is, but does it move depending on how tall you are? Or is it a set? Is it a set square? Strike zone, that's the one. Strike zone does move depending on the player hitting. Cool. But yeah, it would. The trajectory of the ball would alter a fraction, wouldn't it? Because the pitch is always, the pitching man is always at the same height. So if you're taller and he's doing like if he's doing a curveball at you, it's going to be dipping more because you're higher. No, it's going to be dipping less, isn't it? Because you're higher. But I suppose then he could pitch it slightly higher and get it to pitch, get it to drop further. I want to say it's fixed and depends on the catcher. Honestly, I can't remember. I'm gonna have to pay attention next time I watch the Red Sox. When are the Red Sox playing next? I'm pretty sure it's probably tonight. But I think tonight is too late for me to watch. I think it starts at like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll check in a second. I'll have to pay attention next time the Red Sox play, though. So yeah, that's the fascinating thing about sports. The fascinating thing about sports is that everybody tends to be competing. Everybody's competing in the same constraints, so you have to be better within those constraints. So if you are 1%, if you can work out a way to be 1% better within those constraints, then you're going to be better than everybody else. It's really interesting. Yeah, knees and midpoint of the torsos, that's it. The constraints are what make it a sport. The constraint, I mean, that's why snooker's so fascinating as well, because the constraints are so set in snooker. Yeah, without regulation really isn't. I fucking love snooker. Snooker World Championships has just finished, which was incredible to watch. And that's a sport I can watch for hours. Now, interestingly, there was a sport a while ago. I can't remember who defined it. They defined a sport as something that you have to change your shoes for. And technically, you don't have to change your shoes to play snooker. So the argument was that snooker wasn't a sport. Oh dear. Is there a law that only English can find snooker interesting? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I'm not English. There we go, Sinister. There we go, Hurum. Sinister isn't English. He loves snooker. Yeah, I've not played pickleball. Pickleball is just like slow tennis. I was just like, no, I'm not interested in that. I'd rather play tennis than play pickleball. Right, did we ever get back to what a crusade army would look like in terms of what would accompany the knights? You dislike Ronnie. Why do you dislike Ronnie? I love Ronnie. Ronnie's incredible. So we are talking sports now. Sorry, we are talking sports now. I'm not sorry at all. I could talk sports for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. However, as we have discussed, the crossover between nerds and sports is incredibly small, it seems. He's dropping baby when things aren't going his way. I don't know whether he is really. Maybe he used to be. Max Verstappen's a stroppy little sod when things aren't going his way. Yeah, I don't want to alienate half my audience by talking sports for hours and hours and hours. So, shall we get back to Bretonnians and how to make a Bretonnian Knights Hospitaller army? In fact, I need to go and make another cup of tea. So we've finished the trim on this one. We've got 3 done, so we're halfway through. We're going to do this one when we get back. We're halfway through the Flawless Blades trim. So let's go make a cup of tea. And we've got 1.5 hours. We've got 1.5 hours for Horus Heresy
reveal.
reveal.
Cup of tea, Christopher. Fuck. Moo.
Redeem before the cup of tea. What was redeemed before the cup of tea? Oh, you've muted me. I was just pulling it back. Purples. Can I mute when I come back from the cup of tea? I am back soaked with a very wet dog. Hey, Spike, welcome back. No one can complain as well as a grumpy F1 driver. Okay, when I come back. So when I come back, we're going to be muted. And when I come back, you can all come up with an idea for what accompanies the knights in a Knight Hospitaller Bretonnian army. Night Hospitaller themed Bretonnian army. Okay, does that sound like a plan? Everybody come up with that. Everybody come up with what's going to accompany the knights in that Bretonnian army, and I will be right back. And then we've got 3 more of these to paint, and then we should be time for the Horus Heresy reveal. Catch you in a sec. Right, we're back. How are we doing? Right, let's catch up on what everybody thinks the Bretonian army should include. In fact, before we do that, we've got to mute, haven't we? Shall we mute first? I'm going to try and remember what it is. Is it home? No. End? Let's mute. There it is. Let's just turn it on.
It's really difficult to say. You know, he's been up against Lewis Hamilton the last few years, and he's been extremely quick. Very, very impressive. You know, I've been Lewis's teammate in the past. I know how quick he is and how difficult he is to beat on any given day. So I was impressed with him there. But becoming the team leader, if you like, this year, it is a different role within the team, and he's fulfilled it so well. So no, it's really good to see how he's progressed. And it's not the easiest. Seems like not the easiest car to drive around a
Oh, we finished. Cool. Yay! Right. Okay. Let's go and catch up with some of your ideas for the Bretonnian army. Have we got some good ones? So you've got the knights, the crusading knights are going to be going on the battlefield with something. Be interesting to see what the other units are that you can think of. I think that's all the trim. Oh, we've got the trim on this bit. I had a hotkey to turn that mute on, but I just don't know. I can't remember what it was. I thought it was home. It's clearly not home. Well, I think actually it was insert on the old keyboard when I had the full size keyboard, but I've got a 75% keyboard at the moment. Right. Peasant archers and people armed with farming implements. So you want farmers and stuff. Right, let's go and scroll up and have a look. So, peasants with coconuts. I knew that was coming. Why is he gone so long for tea breaks? Also, us mute. Cheers, everybody. Oh, that's nice. Honour and justice. Nurses. Peasants with coconut shells. Do Bretts have some kind of monk or priest? I don't know, actually. I don't know. No, I don't think they do, but you can convert one of the knights on foot. Banner bearers. Why is Sophie's obsessed with knights on the foot banner bearers? We could convert one into a priest. I mean, that would be really easy to do because you've got the Ministoran priest from 40k. Didn't they used to have a Robin Hood knockoff regiment? Not that that works for Crusaders or Hospitaller. Why would the Robin Hood knockoff not work for Crusaders or Hospitaller? I do kind of like the idea of having some longbows. I do kind of like the ideas of having some longbows, but they wouldn't be archers, would they? They wouldn't be like actual archers. They would just be like farmers and peasants, right? I don't think there's an actual archer regiment sitting at the back, like doing the Agincourt. I love it when someone calls in needing help to resolve a problem with their tech. You can convert some of the archers by using the hooded heads from the wood elves. I'm not going to have any spare hooded heads. I'm not going to have any spare hooded heads from the wood elves. They are all being used. I'm like, great, so it's working then. War Games Atlantic. War Games Atlantic do have some nice models. Where's he getting the tea from? Maybe mute the sports as well. Yep, sorry, I've muted the sports. Is it the Ultramarines mug? No, it's my Tigger mug that my sister bought me. My sister bought me my Tigger mug because everybody calls me Tigger. I'm off for a bit. See you, Tobes. Peasant archers and people armed with farming implements. You still have the text up. Oh, for the mute. Thank you. There we go. Gone. Thank you. You need a bunch of guys with relics. Oh, I do! You know St. Pedro of the 14 feet. I do not know St. Pedro of the 14 feet. Please explain. Aren't there monks in the peon units? We have never called you Tigger. No, but my friends and some of my family call me Tigger. Or I'm like, they say I'm like Tigger. Like, yeah, Tigger's my thing. You need Skaven Plague Monks. Why do I need Skaven Plague Monks? Can I put Plague Monks with a human head? And there are the Zealots, which are kind of like priests. There are Zealots in the Bretonnian list? Oh, I found the Grail Reliquary, by the way, which is cool. It's like a... Where's the... I mean, these are some shocking sculpts, but yeah, it's them literally carrying a horse's skull and a dead knight, which is hilarious. During the Crusades, people would sell relics of saints, a finger bone of such, and such the Pios, and if you add them, they would have like 50 hands. He has chosen poorly. They're the zealots. Oh, these are the zealots. I mean, these are quite cool. These are quite cool. They need better weapons, but they are kind of nuts. So that's a unit. Is that it? Do you add that to a unit, or is that a unit in of itself? 75mm base. That is quite cool. So yeah, I was just on here looking at all the different stuff. I don't want a trebuchet. They're not going to carry a trebuchet in. I was looking at the mounted yeomans. I don't think they're going to work. So, right, there's the... Oh, it's squires! You could have squire archers. I'd have to lean them back, wouldn't I? I'd have to lean them back and have them like proper longbowing. Battle pilgrims. Battle pilgrims. Oh, they add to the battle pilgrims. So I just made up a saint who, if you add up the amount of soul bone pieces, you would have 14 feet. Oh, I got you. Oh, so they're the okay. They're quite cool. I could see them. I could see them going with some Crusader Knights. He's definitely not being added. Who's she? She's cool. That's cool. I love that. That's a gorgeous model. That's a shocking model. Has it just been painted badly? Maybe. That's everything. So we definitely have to get that one. I'll probably need 2 of those because that hero is really nice without the banner, and you just give him a banner. FriYay, not fire. When did I say fire? Did I say fire? Oh, the fire tuck. Fire tuck one is perfect. Yes. Yeah, they are really rather cool. Fireforge medieval archers. Yeah, they're pretty cool, aren't they? They need different heads. I think I'd like to give them different heads. They're quite cool. She's awesome. Squires. What can the squires... Where's the unit of squires? Oh, that was the unit of squires, wasn't it? The squires of the bowmen. What are the peasant bowmen? The peasant bowmen... This is the unit that Hendy had, didn't he? Hendy had this unit. And it's got the... hasn't this one got like the... Yeah, this one's got the barriers at the front and stuff. Why do they need different heads? I don't know. They don't need different heads, it's just me being... Oh, hang on. They have monks. So these ones... Oh my word, they're really crunchy sculpts, aren't they? Frogs, arcane frogs. How much is that? 160 quid. So I need that, What do you get in there? You got the Pegasus Knights and that. So you got the archers. Are they the knights? No, the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms. Men-at-arms can't have bows, can they? Oh my word, what's happened to him? Yeah. Everyone needs a fish fryer. And a chipmunk. A fish fryer and a chipmunk. That's amazing. He'd be awesome as well if you give him a Crusader helmet. The best paint jobs. Give him a Crusader helmet. He'd be amazing. He'd look really cool. Says Cecil. And that guy. That guy, he cut off just underneath that. Although he's got the thing around the back, hasn't he? Yeah, he's got the bit around the back, so you have to replace the whole head really. Which is, oh, nice, there's a join there. He'd do really cool. This is definitely one of those ones that I need to rip the army list. Why cut off the best bits? Cause I'm weird and like I like that. Because I'm strange, okay? I'm strange. Yeah, she's cool. Yeah, I'm sure there is somebody who's written a night list, a night list from the Arcane Journal, which I can just like go, yep, I'll use that one. 11th century helmets. There we go. And then that guy. He is going to look really cool. He would look really cool. Right, let's do... Ah, he's a wrong one. I know. I mean, that's why you watch. That's why you watch, right? Because I do stupid things, because I've got weird obsessions. Mannerings! Right, have we finished this one? No, there's still a little bit down here. Yeah, so I will. We've got the weekend, so I will rip off and find somebody who's written a night. I can't remember what the battalion is called, what the army list is called. Not a knights errant. Anyway, an Arcane Journal night list for Bretonians. I'll rip that off and then I will show you what the list is next week. And then that can be slowly built up as well, along with all the other crazy lists that I've got. Did I tell you I got a really useful box for the Minotaurs? So the Minotaur army is now in a really useful box. That's all tidy and organised now. Ready to be pulled out and painted every now and then. Whichever stupid pot helms entirely unsuitable for marching in the desert heat. No, he likes 13th century helmets. So is it 13th century? There we go, it's 13th century helmets. I don't know. I like that helmet. I mean, that's what Warhammer is, right? Warhammer is just taking inspiration from random sources and creating armies in that image. I'm excited though. I'm excited as always with these weird list ideas. It's not really a weird list idea, is it? But as always with these list ideas, I'm like, oh yeah, that sounds really cool. I can see it in my mind's eye, and I'm excited to construct it. I leave the exact dating up to my LARP and Hemmer friends. I mean, if you're just marching in the desert, make your squire carry the helmet. No, definitely everybody's going to have helmets. No bare heads. Bare heads take more painting as well, so everybody's going to have helmets. We don't want these themed armies are not for painting. Nice and quick schemes. Although to be fair, even the armies that I'm collecting, like Wood Elves, Dark Elves and Tomb Kings, have got nice quick painting as well. But the themed army is even more so. and that Knights Hospitaller that Hendy linked. Absolutely perfect, isn't it? Absolutely perfect. That'll be a perfect scheme. And it'll be really, really good to throw slap as well. And actually, I've already throw slapped some. I've already throw slapped the Black Riders from Lord of the Rings. And they were all black. They throw slapped really well, actually. So I can just throw slap that kind of style, that technique, and then add the white, add the dirt. So if I wanted to play Sisters of Battle with Kit Basher's conversions such that they are all wearing black gothic Lolita dresses, heels and blindfolds. Wait, what? Hello Kitty themed Slaanesh army. Oh my god, what have we got going on now? Could do a Winnie the Pooh themed Gargants list for AOS. A Winnie the Pooh themed Gargant list? What, and then take it to the TSN arena just to wind Rob up. Hey Rob, I've got a new army. Check this list out. It's your models. I'm not 100% sure what any of this is, but I feel like you need Jesus. We're going to be painting Shirato's Amazon soon, by the way. So once all this commission's finished up, or the vast majority of it. For the glory of mankind, if you can stomach it and find it cool, do what you want any old time. Cheers, Hendy, by the way, for all the knowledge sharing. Oh, yeah!
HH revealed today, and Americans be like, oh, is Kanye releasing a new album today?
Europeans be like, Kanye, what, the HH reveal? Is Kanye's album HH? I don't get the joke. But yes, Horus Heresy reveal in 1 hour. 1 hour. We're going to have to get the Twitch open and up, ready to rock and roll on that. It's best you don't know, Chris. Oh, okay. There are more members of your herd besides just 2B. To be or not to be? I should have some food delivered to the office for that reveal. Nice. Kanye released a song about a 1930s, 1940s national leader. Catch you later. Bye, Soph.
OMG, stay informed, Christopher. But yes, better not to know.
Do I have to? Do I really have to stay informed about Kanye? I don't give a shit. Right. Bretonia. Bretonia. Do they have Horus Heresy drop pods yet? I don't think so. Maybe that's going to be in the reveal. There we go. Is there any trim which I've missed? Yes, there's that wrist there. There we go. Let's do this. It's such a shame Kanye died on September 12, 2007, the day after releasing Graduation. You can get Horus Heresy drop pods from the template in White Dwarf. Just need a cornflake package, glue and paint. Really?
HNN breaking news. She's sexy. She's sciencey. Yes, you guessed it. It's sexy science, Hannah.
HNN breaking news is in the house. HNN breaking news. Hannah likes dreadnoughts. HNN breaking news. Hannah likes Horus Heresy. Do we have any H&M breaking news, Sexy Science Hannah? Oh, Purples. Actual Sexy Science Hannah breaking news. She's now dating her best friend. Thank you for the intro, Perps, always. Saturnine pattern looking termies seem like the execution of it can go really well or really bad. Yeah, I quite like them. I think they look really good. The hips are all wrong, but then Games Workshop are really terrible with Space Marines and hips, aren't they? Hey, Muzz! I don't think Purples was around when we announced that, Hannah. Hannah is just here for the heresy. Heresy Hannah! Is it Sexy Science Hannah or is it Heresy Hannah? That is the question. That is the question. Sorry, Dodger Keyboard. Damn, no worries. It was either White Dwarf or Rogue Traeger that had a grav tank made from a deodorant stick. It was White Dwarf. Yeah, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? The White Dwarf article about scratch building grav tanks. The iconic grav tank.
It's sexy heretic science, Hannah. Christopher.
Oh, it's sexy heretic science. Gotcha. What's the big reveal? We have no idea, Muzz. If it's just the box set, then it's something we've already seen, so we're just going to wait for better resolution, view and images of the things that we've already seen. But I've got a feeling there's more to it. I think there's more to show. Whether that be more vehicles, like there was a rumoured Fellblade and things like that, so maybe that will appear as well. Maybe we'll get like a Fellblade with the reveal. So we have an hour. Basically, we've got an hour. I'm gonna get the Twitch stream up in a second so that we can keep an eye on it. And then we'll see what it is. First, we need to know who will go against the salamanders. Iron Warriors, isn't it? Does that mean we're going to get... Oh, do you think we're going to get a new Primarch for each of them? Are we going to get a new Primarch model for each of them? Salamanders and the Iron Warriors. Let me get Twitch up. Oh, and also, Muzz, I've been brainstorming the Knights Hospitallers nightly order of a Bretonian force. So do a Bretonian knight army based around the Knights Hospitaller, because that's just badass, right? Oh my god, I've just noticed he's got 2 hand weapons. He's got an axe and a sword. So my Knights on foot need to have axe and sword and then the shields on the back. I didn't get a new Dawn last time. Plastic? Oh no, not plastic. No, as in, do you think we'll get a new sculpt for? Hang on. Do you think we'll get a new sculpt for? Unit type? Is there a Primarch? Monstrous creatures is that? Oh god. Anyway, do you think we'll get? I mean, he's quite new, isn't he? But do you think we'll get a new Perturabo? Because he's quite old. So would we get a end of Heresy Perturabo? Peter Turbo didn't ascend during the Heresy, but they've said that it's not when they said they were going to do new versions of the Primarchs. They said specifically some of them will be ascended and some of them will just be like resculpts or new versions of. So Dawn, there's rumoured to be a new Dawn at some point. So yeah, maybe we'll get a new Perty. Yeah. Is the origin of his name because he was perturbed? He was really, really perturbed to be the Primarch of the fucking Iron Warriors. It was like, oh, I'm so perturbed now. Perturbo aggravated when he's got tired of running the siege and fucks off. Did he have a pterodactyl? Knights of St. John. I used to be in the St. John ambulance as a kid. It got me in all motorsport meetings for free. Nice, Muzz. He was Peter, but he was fast, so that's why they named him Peter Turbo. Angry Ron and Perturbed Aro. Angry on and Perturb. Fantastic. Fantastic. Right, so we got one more. We've got the last one. If we can make this one last for an hour, then that'll be perfect. So yeah, Muzz, that's what I've been kind of brainstorming recently. And I've ordered my wood elves. I've got loads of wood elves coming next Friday, Saturday. Next Friday, Saturday.
You know which Primarch really needs a resculpt? Because he looks like total shit. You got it, Christopher's boy Gillerboy.
My what? He's nothing to do with me. He's got nothing to do with me, Purples. I want what do we call it? Conrad Kurz to have a resculpt. I want them to resculpt him like he's on the like he is on his book cover. He needs a resculpt. Let's get him resculpt. He's one of the oldest ones. And if he's not one of the oldest ones, he's one of the oldest looking ones. His pterodactyl died of pneumonia, which caused him quite a bit of psychosis because the pterodactyl was psychic. Oh my god, I love it. Perturbed-Arabo. Perturbed-Arabo. Exclamation mark brush if you would like to try out some of the Artis Opus brushes which I am using. They are fan-fucking-tastic. And then exclamation mark element if you need to order any Warhammer stuff and you'd like to help me out in terms of an affiliate, or exclamation mark Griffin if you're further south in the UK and you would like to use Griffin Gaming to order your Warhammers or Star Wars or any other kind of little bits. And I think actually Element Games have started doing Gundam stuff as well, so if you want to order your Gundams you can get that from Element Games as well. Exclamation mark element, exclamation mark brush, exclamation mark redgrass if you want to grab some redgrass wet palettes or the awesome light that they've got. And exclamation mark brush if you want to try one or a set of these brushes. The Primarchs were so emotional and the Sisters of Battle are like, okay, let's get the job done here. Yeah, the Sisters of Battle are like, it's okay, we'll sort it out. We'll sort it out. You go home and put your feet up and have some chips. Chip butty tonight for me. I'm having chips, fish cake, and a chip butty. Chip cob. Well, it'll be a chip butty because I haven't got any cobs. So I've just got a loaf of bread which I will do a couple of slices of and have a yummy chip butty. I'm making someone watch the Welsh crime drama, One That Got Away, with me, and it's funny watching a show where everyone sounds like my parents. Is Summer your best friend? Breaking news in the HNN News Network. Is it going alright, Hannah? Are you happy? As long as Hannah's happy, then that's all good. Do we need to make sure that Summer knows that we're not going to be happy if she upsets you? Happy and terrified. Yeah, Korax isn't great. They're the two I want. They're the two I want to be redone. Korax and Conrad Kurz. Some nice Gundam out at the moment. I've nailed my debit card to the ceiling so I can't use it. Vulcan is badass. He doesn't. Yeah, Vulcan's amazing. I don't think they would resculpt Vulcan. He was one of the latest ones, wasn't he? He was one of the latest ones when they learned how to sculpt Primarch heads and faces. Thankfully. Vulcan needs a 40k plastic model. I'm sure he will at some point. We've got to get Lehman Russ back first, haven't we? Lehman Russ is probably the next one we'll see. dry brush them from black to white, that would look like the chalkiest, shittiest looking stormtroopers ever. Spike, don't do that, please. I would airbrush them and then get Apothecary White, thin it down and wash the whole thing. I would airbrush highlight them from a medium grey up to a bright white. I'd Apothecary White it. Thin down Apothecary White to pull the highlight softer. And then highlight them again with pure white. Done. That's how I'm going to do mine anyway. Well, that's how I plan to do mine. It might need a little bit of tweaking because that's how it's going to work in my head. Once I put it on the model, it might be changing a little bit. And the Scout Troopers, once I've airbrushed them, I'm going to do the black. I'm going to brush paint the black in. I'll 100% get them if they go the Russ Ode. Oh yeah, yeah, 100%. If they go proper Viking Russ, then I will. If they just go Wolfy Wolf Russ, or if they do like, I kind of want him to be like a little bit demonic. Like I want him to be, because he's been in the warp for 10,000 years, hasn't he? I want him to be a little bit, just a little bit like mental. I really want him to be just like nearly a demon prince kind of thing. Yeah, Feral Russ, Demon Russ. I kind of want Demon Russ. I want to see what it's like. I really don't. And the thing is, they're not going to do it because they're 40k at the moment. They're playing 40k so safe, it's insane. So it's just going to be a Primarch that's got like feral hair and fur, like a fur cloak or something. Like that's all it's going to be. He's going to look cool, but it's not going to be like pushing the boundaries or anything, I don't think, which is really sad. I just wanted to see, like, take the concept of a Primarch being in the warp for 10,000 years and trying to resist the pull of chaos and shit. Like what would happen to him? That's what I want to see. They're not going to do it. Odin was kind of mental, so that would fit, right? Yeah, like let's go. Push the fucking boat out. They've sort of done it a little bit with like with some of the Space Wolves already. Like the Logan Grimnar is fucking gorgeous, really really nice. That's been pushed a little bit further. And he's going to be massive. He should be massive. He should be closer to the Demon Primarchs than like the Lion and Gulliman, I think. Werewolf, yeah, I really don't want him to do a wolf. Like Wolfy Wolf, Lehman Wolf, Russ, Wolf. He really should. And particularly because Magnus and Lehman Russ have that conflict as well. Like, have them pair off. Like, they should do that. They should get the sculpt of Magnus, and then focus the sculpt of Russ, so it almost kind of fits together in a little bit of a like a posing together kind of thing. Yes, no, I realise that's why you mentioned Magnus. So that way, I'd love that. I'd love that. Just really push the boat out. Really push the boat out. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Because I do think they're playing 40k too safe at the moment. Nothing is pushing the boundaries. AOS is there pushing the boundaries, kind of. That's their pushing the boundaries line. And then obviously you've got like Necromunda, which is a completely different studio, which are doing insanely cool things. "10,000 years in the warp," so basically like being on the phone to HMRC. Yeah, that would send anybody a bit mad. I've mastered with Magnus, especially since Magnus has moved against Fenris recently. Yeah, even more of a reason. So yeah, I just think that they Games Workshop seem to miss opportunity. They miss the opportunity with 40k at the moment, just to push things to a level that is like really cool. I think everything is just like, even the Eldar, like the Eldar resculpts, all the Eldar resculpts apart from Spider Lady, because Spider Lady was pushing it a little bit, but all the Eldar resculpts were just very safe resculpts of the old models, just like new versions, new technology, the ability to be able to put more clean and crisp lines everywhere and across all the Eldar stuff. Like nothing was like Azraman just looked like Azraman, and I know that's what they're supposed to look like, but there's just that little ceiling that they could just go across and push things just a little bit further, I think. Even with some of the chaos stuff. So yeah, I really want to see that. I would love to see them kind of really push that with Lehman Russ. I think that would be amazing. Would be amazing to see them do that. If they bring Dawn back, they also have to bring Peter Turbo back. This is fantastic. Is the Eldar Codex out yet? Yeah, a few months ago, Hannah. There's a review on my YouTube channel of it. You want to make a jet bike army? There is a jet bike army in there. It's actually quite good. It's one of my favourite detachments from the book, actually. If you go and watch my video on it, I go through the jet bike army. It's actually quite good. In a way, Games Workshop have got too many storylines lore, but it does keep getting pretty dynamic. Keeps us guessing. 'Tis fun. Yes, agreed. And they kind of need lots of storylines, right? Because they can't just take the main story forwards, because then they just run out of space. So they kind of have to branch it a little bit. So I sort of understand that. Right, I have got this up, by the way, so I am keeping an eye on it. At the moment, the Warhammer channel is showing the fucking Dallas Open. So, whatever. I don't think I recognise anybody there. Is that Reese? That might be Reese. I don't think I recognise anybody there. So yeah, we're just waiting for the reveal. What's YouTube? Is it lore? The Dallas Open carry. In terms of lore, they just have the story so freaking stuck. We still don't have Lion meeting up with Gullum, and that's yeah, exactly. Like, that's not going to be impactful. Well, it is, but it's not going to be impactful to the vast majority of the story moving forward. But it's something that needs to happen. So yeah, I don't think. This is going to be a hot take. I don't think. Oh, maybe it's not a hot take. I don't think the lore writing for the last 6 years, 5-6 years, has been anything like what it could or should have been, or even what it was like in the past. Like if you go back to 3rd, 4th, 5th ed, I think the lore writing in there, even though it didn't really move the lore forward, it was just expanding and telling stories on a horizontal lore line. I think that lore writing was amazing, and they've stopped. What I love about Texas is all the buildings that let you know on the door if you're allowed to bring a gun and holster into the building or not. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? So there could wait. There could be people in here with a gun holstered behind what? Dan Abner had to postpone Volume 3 because he had another project he had to work on. What about this project of Gullum and the Line finally meeting? That's cool. I probably, yes, I know they love their guns, but I didn't know that was a thing. This building is safe to bring a holstered gun into. Fuck that. Wow, fuck that. Yeah, fuck, I'm never going there. Yes, it's Texas. You want a gun, you go to the gun store and you buy it, then you take it home. I could do that in Oregon right now. I can go and get a gun and be back here in 30 minutes. I mean, it's just insane, isn't it? It's just absolutely ludicrous. I'm sorry if you're watching this and you're one of the people who votes for that free gun form thing. It's just ludicrous. Wow, I didn't realise it was that. I mean, I know you can. I know you can readily get guns in America and stuff, but I didn't realise it was like, oh, I can just nip to the gun shop now and get one in 30 minutes. That's ludicrous. That's one of those situations where you know a bit of information, but your culture influences how far you perceive that information going. Like, I know that in America you can just go and get a gun, but I didn't realise it was, oh, I could just nip down to the gun shop in 30 minutes and pick one up and come back. Like, you can order your Big Mac with your assault rifle tucked over your shoulder. Oh my god. Depends on the states. Some states it's extremely difficult, and others you can just go into the gun aisle of Walmart. We stopped them with English wit. Trigger warning. You'd think America would be better at metric. They've had yeah, I've heard that one. There is a grocery store here in Oregon that Sons Guns and has a sign that says guns and groceries. So there was a sign. Oh, hang on. We've got. Is this starting or is this just an advert? Is this just an advert for the wetter stuff? Or is that starting? Are they just playing an advert between rounds? They've got secret lab chairs? Fucking ultramarine chair. Also on the stream yesterday. What, the secret lab chairs were? I was painting. I didn't pay attention to the games. It was gaming yesterday. I don't play games. I played one computer game. They've had chairs for ages. Got a desk now, though. Really? This is all yesterday's trailer, right? I can turn this off. Yeah, because this is Space Marine 1? Like a relaunch of Space Marine 1? Oh, I know what this is. This is the Space Marine 1 relaunch, reskin thingy, and it's sponsoring the Dallas, because it was up in the corner here, wasn't it? It was up in the corner here when the Dallas was on. It was sponsored by Space Marine 1, whatever it's called. So it's just the advert for that between rounds. Okay, cool. I was generally like, how are the Welsh police going to shoot this person suspected of a crime in the back as they run away? Time to move back home from the States. Purchase Rages, it was a desk yesterday. I was looking at some signs in Mexico one time and I finally figured out where all the Welsh vowels had buggered off to. Oh dear. Right. Oh, we need some more silver on this one. We haven't got the silver finished on this one. We've got 28 minutes. I know hence the warning, but I think it's kind of good. And I need to do the skin on that. I missed the skin. Facts. Do-do-do. Optional points for beards. Can we start a poll if one or both presenters will be wearing flannel and glasses in today's presentation? We definitely can. There we go. Nicks are supreme beings. What? How smug they'll be, or if is, yeah. I feel like the US forgot about the second and third words in the Second Amendment. Optional points for beards. Polly's up, Hannah. There we go, everybody. Everybody go and take a vote. Vote up in the poll at the top. Right, so we need to change the stream title as well, don't we? There we go. No comment, Captain Mannerings. And no comment, Sinister. The funny thing about Americans is how much they will cherry pick which amendments they are for and against. Yeah, right. Right, so apparently they will be right back, which hopefully means that we're actually just going to do the reveal. It's hard being a man on the internet. It's hard being a man in the hobby as well. My God, we have to put up with so much stuff. Hehehe. Also, funny thing is Americans really believe the First Amendment is worldwide. Well, I think Americans think that America is worldwide. Like, America is just the world, right? Like, if you look at a map of the America, that's just the world. It's the globe. That's probably why everybody thinks that the world is flat, because that's all they see. They just see the map of America and think, well, that's just flat. It's just American. Well regulated is literally the start of the whole thing. Like, we don't speak 5 languages, but we know where to go to not get shot. First Amendment technically is worldwide, though. Absolutely not. Not just internet, also in person. I once saw a video of an American tourist in the UK who was arrested by the police and said, I have the First Amendment right to say whatever the fuck I want. Fuck you too. At least almost every place that has the internet also has laws preventing the government from arresting you for your opinions. You know, it's such a big country, so you can forgive them 4,000 times. Right. Cool. How long have we got? We've got 25 minutes. 25 minutes. Are they just going to be BRB for 25 minutes? It's worse than me. That's worse than me. Right, we need to do silver, don't we? We need to get some silver on this one, and not that one, not that one, this one, not that one. So we need to do silver on 2. Okay, that sounds good. So this is the last bit of painting for this brush. There we go. Okay, so now we need thrash metal, which is this one here. Didn't you work for Games Workshop? You must have picked it up from somewhere. Pick what up? What have I picked up? 100% worse than you. Oh, picking up the BRB? Yeah, probably. Is that where I got it from? Can I blame Games Workshop for my BRB times? Is that what it is? Yes. Finally. Purpley spark, purpley spark. Purpley Spark, Purpley Spark. Do you think I should 3D print a Bretonnian army, or do you think I should use the Bretonnians? Or like War Games Atlantic? I mean, I've already got the Foot Knights. Should watch Kingdom of Heaven and recreate those armies. Oh yeah, was it you who told me to watch Kingdom of Heaven? Was that yesterday or today? I think it was today. Is Kingdom of Heaven the Hospitallers? It has so Kingdom of Heaven does have Hospitallers in it. Nice. That would be quite cool, because then I can see what. I don't think I've seen that film either. You know. Is that your secret way of just cementing my? Oh, I think a Bretonnian army would be quite cool if it was like all Crusaders. Is that your secret way of going? I've got this. I got this. Try. I got this, chap. I'll push him over the edge. I must watch the good ones. Kingdom of Heaven was good but dull. Check out A Knight's Tale. Better armor. We watched The Knight's Tale yesterday, Muzz, for movie night, which is why we did it. We rewatched A Knight's Tale's absolutely brilliant film. So I will always rewatch. I will always rewatch Knight's Tale. But yeah, Knight's Tale was last night's movie night. If you want to join in on the movie nights, guys, join the Discord. Keep your eye out on Thursday. Next week it is the Equalizer. And then we're also going to have Demolition Man coming up as well. Which is also going to be cool. Oh, we've got. Hang on. We've got cool stuff happening. Cool weird things happening. So we'll put that there like that, just so that we can keep an eye on it. Just so we can keep an eye on it, because I'm watching, I'm painting, and then what we can do is we can just go boom and do the full size one. Have we done that one? We have. There's still some little bits on it which I haven't done yet. So that little bit there, for instance. Hang on, I'm going to have to get in the way of the camera. Okay. I'm back. Alright, so that's that one done, and then we need to do this one. This is the last one. Is that Tau? Oh no, subscriber only miniatures. What? Oh, Warhammer Plus, yes. So do we think we'll get anything other than the box? Do we think we'll get to see like the fell blade and stuff, like large tanks? Or do you think it's just going to be a box reveal? It can't just be a box reveal now. They're going to have to reveal some other stuff. Because if it's just a box reveal, they'll get crucified on the internet because it's already been leaked. So it's going to have to be something else. God, I hope it is another Primarch. How cool would it be if it is another Primarch? How cool would it be? Heads up, they literally went offline switching to studio. Ooh! Are they live again? Right, hang on. There we go. So we're live again. So what have we got? 13 minutes. Nice. When you're done painting the blades, can you do it? Yeah, of course I can. Of course I can. Keep you excited, right? Just let me know if they do start. Just send Olivia at me if they do start. And I've missed it. Send Olivia at me. Hi Olivia, are you there? Are you ready, Olivia? There we go. Rhino and the Land Raider, yes. Hey Olivia.
Of fucking course I'm there. I'm always fucking there. Fuck.
You're always fucking there? Oh my god, Olivia, you are such a... There we go. Olivia's really, but she is. Never took Olivia to be such an exhibitionist. I know. Olivia's always fucking there. Here, there, and everywhere, apparently. You better be concentrated on the job, though, Olivia. Don't you start getting distracted.
My friend told me the English only like Panasonic, the Germans only like Bose, and the French only like Pioneer. I said, dude, those are stereotypes.
They're stereotypes. Return to stream. Yeah, I'm not trying turbo. I'm not doing turbo just for Warhammer streams.
I'll be focused on the job once it becomes a real job and I fucking get paid. Fuck. Moo.
Have you adjusted your fuck you list, Olivia? Have you adjusted it? At all? You joined it. Oh, God. No! 9 minutes. 9 minutes. 9 minutes, everybody. 9 minutes. I think that we will see a large tank. I kind of think we'll see. I kind of think we'll see a Primarch. I reckon they want to kind of shout it out, and I think we'll see a Primarch. When did we have... What was the last one? The last one was Angron, right? The last one was Angron. I reckon we'll see it. Russ. Oh my god, imagine if they did do Russ. Imagine if the Specialist Design Studio dropped a new Layman Russ before Games Workshop dropped a Layman Russ for 40k. Because they did it for Fulgrim. They didn't do it for Angron. Angron was Angron was Games Workshop Studio first, wasn't it, Angron? But I do like the Ford World Angron as well. These look really cool, purples. These look really good. I need to. Is there any gold left on there?
Drop site Primarch will be Headless Ferris Manus.
So, I mean, he wasn't headless during Isfan, was he? So why would he be headless? Come on, Olivia. Come on, Olivia, you tourist. Yeah, sorry, Olivia. Sorry, Olivia. I'm sorry. Manners with a removable head. That's the kind of thing that they should be doing. They should do stuff like that. We're due for a loyal Primarch. We really are. Games Workshop has been breaking their backs trying to get a drop site Primarch ready in time. The last Heresy Primarch was Fulgrim. Was it Fulgrim? It really would be hilarious if it was Russ. If they dropped Russ, it would be hilarious. They're not going to, because this one's... I think it's Iron Warriors and Salamanders, isn't it? So I think it'd be Purty. I think dropping Purty's fine.
He was beheaded at Eastfan 5 during the drop site massacre, you fucking tourist.
Fine. But this is a drop site massacre preview. It's a drop site preview. Therefore, the preview is before the end. So he's still got his head. There. There. We need balance in the force. We do. We need some more Primarchs. Give us some cool new Primarchs. Like the last. Oh my god, we've got a hype train incoming as well. Oh, we've got 15 seconds of a hype train incoming. If anybody wants to drop in quickly, you got 10 seconds to drop something in. British surnames are like someone asked them what their name is and they looked around and just saw two things. Primarch names are the same way. Perhaps I have a point there, I will say. You want Anakin as a Primarch? Anakin didn't have no head, he had no legs. He had his legs removed. Old perpy purples. Oh, right, there we go. We've just finished all these in time. So these are looking pretty good. So we need to highlight the cloth, we need to highlight the skin, and we need to shade the black. And then they will be all sorted as well. These are looking pretty good. We have Ascended Fulgrim, so it would make sense to have a Ferris. He's full grim darkness. Did they drop a Primarch? Will they drop a Primarch? Will they drop a Primarch on a preview? Also, if they send me this box, shall I paint the Saturnine as the Deliverer's Raven Guard, the dark red Raven Guard? That makes sense, right? That would be cool, right? And then also see if I can narrow the hips and make the hips actually work. I might try and do that. I might try and do the Saturnine Terminators with narrow hips. I'll see how much I can take out of the hips and get their legs together. For Korax, they saw a murder of crows and were like, let's name him Crow Crow. Crow Crow. He's going to be called Crow Crow. That's morning wood to you. Crow Crow. How long do you think this is going to be? Half an hour? Do we think they can stretch it to half an hour? It's really cool. It's a Horus Heresy only stream though. Because normally the Horus Heresy is during a reveal stream and they get like 15 minutes during a reveal stream. Do you think they can go longer than 15 minutes? Do you think they've got enough to talk about? It's going to be a couch chat, isn't it? It's going to be a couch chat. It has to be. So Corvus Corax. It makes little sense to do variants of the most loyal Primarchs, Dawn, Mavis and Seas, and the Khan on his bike. No, not variants. I'm not talking about variants War Masters. I'm just saying like resculpts. Because Korax and Conrad Kurz and arguably Gulliman, they're just really old sculpts. So let's get new updated sculpts for them. They'd sell like hotcakes, because even if you've got a Korax, you're going to buy the new Korax because it's better. And they can do a different pose. Like Dawn is just standing there holding his sword, so you could do like a combat pose Dawn. Never underestimate a Brit's capacity to waffle. So you reckon they can stretch to half an hour purely because they can waffle? I mean, I waffle. How long have I been waffling for? 4 hours, 11 minutes. Oh, I'm recording as well. Why am I recording? There we go. Let's go and delete that recording because we don't need to be recording the stream. Apps, OBS recordings. Wonder how big that recording is. That one there. It is 3.5 gig. Bye bye. 3.5 gig gone. Don't need that recording. Daz had one painted on Instagram, beautiful model. Anyone saw that event exclusive Black Templar Champion, by the way? I think it was so bad. Oh, I want it so bad. What? Wait, what? There's an event exclusive Black Templar? Uh, 13th company return from the warp. Oh, that's Fletcher. Yeah, it's Fletcher. That's cool. Oh!
Heresy appears as a snippet of text squirreled away in the Book of the Astronomica, a supplement for a rogue trader. 1988, the tabletop battle game Adeptus Titanicus, featuring epic battles between timely legions, is released. The game is set within the Horus Heresy. In the following year, Space Marine, another epic-scale game emerges, putting the warriors of the Legiones Astartes on the battlefield in massive numbers. 2003, the Horus Heresy collectible card game debuts. It features many hundreds of illustrations of the Horus Heresy on the game cards, and also details the events of the heresy through lore included within the packs. 2006, Black Library embarks on the ambitious plan to tell the events of the Horus Heresy in fiction. This best-selling series goes on to include 54 volumes from many of the greatest writers ever to handle Warhammer fiction. 2012, Forge World unleashes the Horus Heresy Age of Darkness.
So this is how it's going to take half an hour.
The heroes, warriors, and war machines of the heresy. 2015, the Betrayal at Calth board game, including the first new plastic models for the Horus Heresy in a generation. 2018, the setting returns to its roots as the Warhammer Studio unveils a new edition of Adeptus Titanicus. 2019, the galaxy-spanning story told through the Horus Heresy novels reaches its peak, culminating in the Siege of Terror series. 2022, a new edition of the Horus Heresy game is released, Warhammer, the Horus Heresy Age of Darkness. Boasting incredible new plastic kits and refreshed rules, this edition reaches more fans than ever before. 2023, Legions Imperialis bursts onto the scene, allowing battles between the Legions
and it's kind of like meh.
And more, with small-scaled miniatures on truly incredible modular battlefields. And that brings us to today, the 23rd of 2025. Welcome to this Warhammer preview and the celebration of the Horus Heresy.
So has the world ended? I don't know. I'm going to put my headphones on so I can listen properly.
Hello everybody and welcome to this very special Warhammer preview. My name is Adam Troke. I'm joined by my colleague and friend Eddie Eccles.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here.
Oh, not Eddie.
To talk about Horus Heresy.
Absolutely. Welcome everybody to the Warhammer, the Horus Heresy drop site preview. We're here
there we go. Definitely
to give you the lowdown on a load of amazing new Horus Heresy reveals.
Definitely sorted out the echo.
I should introduce the third member of our broadcast team. Let's throw the camera over to the Lore Master Alex Gotti in Question Corner.
Oh, yeah.
Question
Because we're live
corner.
today, we are going to be taking questions. However, there
Oh,
are many
no.
thousands of you in the chat. So if you put questions,
Oh no.
I've got a better chance of catching.
Brilliant.
Right, so the way this is going to work is we have absolutely loads of great Horus Heresy stuff to show you. We've got some videos, we've got some pictures of some new miniatures. We might have a little bit of a discussion about rules, loads of really good Heresy stuff. So stay tuned, there's loads of stuff. If you're a fan of Horus Heresy already, you're in for a treat.
Beard glasses,
If you
no
are new to
flannel.
Horus Heresy and are Horus Heresy curious, you are very welcome, and we hope you find an amazing new setting and game to
Shut the
enjoy.
fuck up, Eddie.
We can see the chat.
Why are you fucking back?
I don't know.
And gets their space ready for the drop site preview. It's always worth just doing a couple of questions out there.
No, it's not. Right, okay. There is a tertiary host, beard, glasses, no flannel. Oh my god. Right, okay. Drop site preview. This is looking pretty cool, actually. Like, that's blue screen, right? They've got blue screen up. Because they've got really, really poor cuts. I miss telling Eddie to shut up.
Oh dear, I miss telling Eddie to shut up.
Is that the brick wall that cost $1 million? No, because it's a blue screen look. You can see the cutout. So that's just a all this is a blue screen backdrop. Question: Eddie, is Games Workshop the prettiest, the handsomest game company ever? Come on, come on, come on.
The chat, shout it out. We'll maybe hear some suggestions.
Do you think Adam should choose Iron Warriors, or if you think there's another...
Oh, God's sake, come on! I don't want to suggest what chapter Adam is going to play Horus Heresy. Drop that drop site. I know, right? This is how they're going to make it an hour-long preview. Just a little preview of the preview. We're previewing the preview by previewing what everybody... No, Tobes, oh my god.
He's fucking back and just can't shut the fuck UPI. Damn it, Eddie.
Adam is trying to trap us. I like Alex. Alex is awesome.
All over. And they seem to think that you should probably stick with Dark Angels.
Stick with them.
Yeah, there we go. So apparently Adam... We are 5 minutes in and we've just decided that Adam has to stick with the Dark Angels. Anyway, have they shown anything? No. No. They've not shown anything yet. They're fluffing. Alex, tell us things in your voice. Yeah, Alex is awesome. We like Alex. 3 black graphic t-shirts, though I'm detecting a non-reliable pattern. That's Iron Warriors. That's Thousand Suns. What black t-shirt did Alex have? Alex is just physical embodiment of a Lego person. I'm going to go get groceries. No, Harumph, you got to stay. Look, we're about to get it, look.
But what better way to kick off a preview like this with a brand new animated cinematic trailer?
Oh, we're going to get a cinematic trailer first. We're going to get a cinematic trailer first. Cinema. Why wasn't it I was there when they killed... I was there when Horus... What? That's not how it works. Yes, I can kill the music. Thank you, Hannah. Is that Valdor? It is, isn't it? Shit. Oh. Fellblade. 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 What mark is that? Somebody who knows Space Marines, what marks that? Don't just stand in the kill box. Oh my god, that's so cool. I mean, oh my god, that's so cool. What the fuck was that? Oh my god! No, you're not killing that. What attack? What attack?
In the end, I suppose not. Do you wonder if they might be right? Many will sympathize with their rebellion.
Are we gonna get a Malkador model?
I am the Emperor's spear. What I think doesn't matter.
What now then?
This is fucking awesome.
Ready for a war that may never end.
Oh my god! I'm hyped. Oh my... Oh my god! Oh, I forgot to listen now. That was awesome! Even better than the previous one. It was amazing! Definitely all D6s. Oh my god, this background is horrific. Why is it so overexposed?
Yeah, I do. And it might be a surprise or not, depending on how you felt about the trailer. For me, it's behind more as
What? That was awesome. Whippy sticks, yeah. There's no whippy sticks. It's a whippy measure. It's a whippy measure now. It's not a stick. Because they're idiot. And I like why? It's a projected video. Maybe it is an LED. It's not. It can't be an LED screen. They're not going to put massive LED screens behind them, are they? Like, why would they do that? Just do them on a blue screen. Look, it's all blown. Oh, anyway, right. Anyway, would be better if they gave them some plastic Mark V already. Can't believe they put Valdor on Malkador. I know. Do you think we're going to get a Valdor and a Malkador? Do you think we're going to get a Valdor and a Malkador in this edition? Show us the box! Show us the box! Malkador will not have a model. Valdor. So Valdor's currently got one, hasn't he? Valdor's currently got one. There's the whippy sticks, which aren't whippy sticks. Because too many people got whipped. How fucking full is that? That's insane. This is ruining my unboxing of this, by the way. You're going to know what's in it now. I can't unbox it. Full to the brim. I know. Well, the bottom bit of it has got that. Will have that little separator and then the book in it. They've turned his mic off, haven't they? Mark II. I like that. That's really cool looking power armor. That's really cool. Cylon helmet. That's really nice. That is really nice. That's going to look good in Raven Guard colours, in the Raven Guard scheme I've done. Can't believe they brought back the Saturnine Terminators. Really going to piss off Lutin. Why? Why, Muzz? So indeed, Iron Hands versus Salamanders. Yeah. Oh. I still hate this squat pose. Like, they look so good when their legs go together. Yeah, Iron Warriors, not hands. Unless Duck's here, in which case they're Iron Hands, because funny. Disintegrator weapons. What the hell?
Fuck me. I said no new army and no new game. I want that.
They're awesome, aren't they, purples? They're awesome. What chapter though, Purples? Is Purples going to do Blood Angels? Are you a Blood Angels Heresy, Purples, or are you somewhere else in Heresy? I can't remember. Sally's.
Get that purple.
Oh, Olivia is really bad, Hannah. Olivia's been really bad. Oh, look at that. They look really good. Get that fucking green light out of there. Why have they got a green light on them? Sally's a very good choice, Purples, for these models. Yeah, disintegrators. Disintegrators for Sally's. Perfect. I'm definitely doing the Saturnine Terminators Raven Guard, though. These ones, I don't know. Probably Raven Guard, a few Raven Guard, a few Night Lords. Wow. Wow. White Scars. Could be nice for kit bashing. I hope so. There's the Night Lords. Look how sexy the Night Lords look. Blood Angels. Iron Hands. Iron Hands look good. World Eaters. Boo. Boring. Death Guard. No, I wasn't either, Purples. I don't think they look great. Sons of Horus look good. Sons of Horus always kind of look good. Oh, God. Tobes isn't here, is he? Tobes has left, so he didn't see that, right? Yes, Raven Guard. He's alright. No capes. Dark Angels, White Scars, Sally's, the ones classically using the Mark II. Oh, are they the ones that are classically using the Mark II? Thousand Sun Scheme looks sexy. Thousand Sun Scheme did look cool. But then it's metallic red. Like, of course it does. That's... Oh, why are my 3 chapters not really suited? Not really suited to this armor. They don't like Eddie that much that they just turned his mic off. It's hilarious. So it's the Saturnine sprues. No, save the Saturnine sprues so that I can do an unboxing. How many millions of pounds are they going to cost, though? You mean the Ultramarines? Yeah, I want to see the Saturnine stuff. That is quite cool. I quite like that. Quad accelerator platform. All the millions. I know, I quite like that. I do quite like that. Educate me, Warhammer. Educate me.
Saturnine Tactical Dreadnought Armor is the heaviest and most advanced suit of armor in the Imperium. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, but it is known to have originated in the tech enclaves of Saturn. There are records of Saturnine-clad warriors as early as the
That makes sense.
Wars, and the
That's really nice.
Great Crusade. Complexities of its production meant that it was soon overshadowed by the more numerous cataphracti and Tartarus pattern suits. Saturnine armor was already fading into legend by the dying days of the Great Crusade. That was until the Primarch Vulcan took it upon himself to unlock the secrets of this venerable technology.
So this is new law, right?
And ever the loyal son and brother gifted his findings to all legions. So it was that as heresy erupted across the galaxy, Saturnine technology was turned against the Imperium that it was forged to protect.
Oh.
A warrior in Saturnine plate is a formidable opponent. Though ponderous, they are immune to most enemy attacks, and themselves wield some of the most lethal Legion portable weaponry ever developed.
They look amazing.
Saturnine siege dreadnoughts take this durability and
I don't think it's going to piss off Luton. I think Luton's going to be like, I'm going to do a new video on this. It's going to be amazing.
of an especially disciplined mind. But for those that can master it, there are few foes
Look at
that will
that.
stand before their wrath.
Look at that. Vulcan's gift. Overexposed.
You know, a little bit of what.
Saturnine was sunsetted before the drop site beforehand. They're fucking void shields. Oh, look at those. I think I can cut away this and get the legs further together. They look so stocky. They're amazing. Yeah, those legs need to go in. Take that off there. Fit those legs in tighter. Wow, look at the fist.
Stocky is the whole purpose, Christopher.
I know, but they look so stocky. Look at this one, and he's walking, look. He's walking. Do you know what this is? Torso twist. That one, this one. Oh, there's 6 different poses. Boo and such. I'm back, sorry. Tobe seems unhappy.
Oh fuck you, Erebus.
Did they do Mark 4? Did they do Mark 5 Saturnine? I like them a lot. I think they're great. They just need to sort this thigh gap out. I need to sort that thigh gap out. I need to angle the legs in, because nobody's going to fit in that. Nobody's hips are going to fit in that. Maybe all these are females.
Jib me my have a nice day, Terminators, damn IT. I do not care how derpy they are.
Maybe all Saturnine pilots are females because they've got these wide hips. It's not Horus Heresy without thigh gaps. God, they're cool. Oh, look at the Alpha Legion one. They're really clever. I like them. I like them a lot. Are we thumbs up or thumbs down? Apart from Tobes, who's like, no, I don't like them. Why do you want Mark 5, Tobes? This thing looks amazing. The Saturnine Captain thing, that looks phenomenal. How can you not be impressed with that, Tobes? The proportions on the fists look so weird. The proportions on the fists look amazing. The proportion across the hips look terrible, but we can sort that. You prefer the 40k Terminators? I think they're awesome. They're really good. I like them a lot. We hear you like shoulder pads. Yeah, the giant shoulder pads look like the aliens from Fifth Amendment. Totally. It's probably where the original sketch came from, to be honest. Yeah, the Terminators have void shields. Yeah, the Imp Fist look the best, I think. You like the Imp Fist? Are you tempted, Hannah? Will you do Imp Fists? Oh, look at that. Oh my god. I'm doing that one as a Night Lord. That needs to be a Night Lord. They look better with the loincloth, to be fair. Model showcase. Always want to do an Imp Fistnet army. Hannah, Rich has got some really cool, fast paint schemes for Imperial Fists as well. Oh. Despite the session with Valrak. I really like that. I don't like this waist gap. We'll have to shove this waist down. Wow. Yeah, we've got to take about 5 mil out of that, which is easy to do because that just looks like a big waist bit. The dread is nuts. The dread is nuts. So these are old, but Vulcan does a glow up right before the drop site massacre. Does it die outright afterwards? Yeah, probably. Probably. No, because he gifted them to all the chapters, didn't he? How many chapters were on the drop site? 4? It's no Dorito, but it looks alright. I think it's amazing. I love that. Like I say, I've just got to remove 5 mil from that waist gap. Okay, so how many? So there's 10 there. So 10, 20, 30, 35? Plus 6 Saturnine? That's a huge army. Oh, now we get questions. Not whippy sticks. Those are beating battens. Love it. Oh, look at all these in the background. Oh, they're the Joy Toy stuff, aren't they? Yeah, why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't they be? They're the Joy Toy ones. I hate people who ask pointless questions. He gave them the armor, but I was wondering if the drop site was similar to Titan Death, but for the Terminators and the Dreadnought suits. Titan Death saw the disappearance of the Emperor class. God, I don't care about all those questions. Can I paint them as loyalist emperor and traitors? Well, yeah. Did you not see all the eagles on the chest and the chains and stuff? Right. What do we think? What do we think? Saturnine. Are they going to show any more? There's got to be something at the end, right? They're going to have something to drop at the end. Solid. I'm going to rewatch that trailer at least 10 times. Actually, let's go and see if the trailer is up. Is the trailer up? Is the trailer up on YouTube? Can somebody go check YouTube? Ha 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 ha!
I was there when he painted this.
Make sure they're not showing anything else.
seemed to help him. A way he could express the enormity of his plan.
So this was the Emperor writing this?
Not if the legions are successful. It depends on how deep the rot goes.
On how deep the rot goes. They're just showing some of these. That's quite cool. Fellblade! Boom. No, it's live. It's a live preview. That's why they're taking questions. Wow. Oh, look at that. Boom.
The attack failed.
Malcador!
Half of the legions now stand with Horus.
You're surprised?
In the end, I suppose not. Do you wonder if they might be right? Many will sympathize with their rebellion.
Wow.
I am the Emperor's spear. What I think doesn't matter.
What now, then?
We make
The Valdor. Constantine Valdor.
war that may never end.
Boom. That's Constantine Valdor. Look at that. Oh, that's the old Dread. That's Contemptor. Jesus, look at the size of this thing. I love it. They need a resculpt. I don't think they need to do a resculpt. It's all right that the Saturnine is massive. I mean, it's shoulders because they've made the waist so tall. That waist needs to be removed, but that's just me. Oh, the Termi Praetor. Oh, really?
Fork.
Fork. I wonder whether this is supposed to have, whether that needs like the void shield things on there. I love the scales, the flaming scales on that.
A new edition of Warhammer the Horus Heresy means big changes to the rules of the game. Players will need to adapt to the new realities of war in the Age of Darkness. For those generals who can master these changes, you will find abilities that will help you to secure victory.
Scarecrow's getting out of hand.
Won and lost by the feet of legendary heroes. There is now a new suite of abilities for your characters to use when locked in a lethal duel with an enemy champion or commander. The rules on assembling your army for battle are more flexible than ever, allowing for thematic and powerful armies, supported by allies of your choice. Killing the foe is not
Killing!
to dominate the battlefield. Representing the debilitating effects of the myriad weapons of the Age of Darkness, new tactical statuses allow you to subdue an enemy army before breaking their spirit and putting them to flight. Representing the mental fortitude of your troops, new advanced characteristics represent their ability to follow orders, stay calm under pressure, and fight on in the face of
Sounds like a new rule set. Sounds like a new rule set.
to those skilled enough to wield them. These are just a handful of the new rules in the upcoming new edition of Warhammer: The Horus Heresy.
Sounds like a new rule set then.
What a fantastic primer on the new rules.
Fuck me. Well, new armies and new game system it is.
Yeah. Any epic? No, no epic, harumph. Shouldn't buy the Horus Heresy rulebook right now then. No, don't buy the Horus Heresy rulebook right now. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna be excited for this. We should do a story time where I read pages from this when it comes out. We can read the lore from this. Movement, weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, initiative, attacks, leadership, cool, willpower. What's in? Leadership, cool, willpower. No, initiative's here. Intelligence. There we go. Back to Rogue Trader. Seven. It's quite high, isn't it, for a stat? Why is everything 7? Surely a legionary should be better and worse at something. He's a legionary. I know, but it doesn't give you anywhere to go. You can go 8, 9, 10. That's it. You'd imagine that lieutenants would have better stats, but they can only be 8, 9, or 10. You'd think this would be like a 5. If this was a 5, then like Mechanicus can be like a 4 and a 3, and Solar Auxiliary can be 2. Oh yeah, move 7. Mechanicum should have like intelligence 3. Mechanicum should have like intelligence 1, shouldn't they? Anyway, yeah, that's beside the point. That's just me being like in a game state. It doesn't give you anywhere to go. Oh my word, they've given us plastic markers to paint. I think we'll see a Fellblade sneak peek at the end. Yeah, debuffs, so you can pin a unit. That's quite cool. The fuck? Firepower. Rapid. Oh my god.
Weapons in addition, they now have a damage characteristic. That's how many wounds you do if you get a shot at them. And what that means is you have more differentiation between guns that are very good at killing infantry, light infantry, and guns that are very good at killing heavier stuff, like would do damage to vehicles.
Assault. Bolt. Special rules. Pistol. Oh my god. This they're just adding complexity to this. I quite like this.
Looking at the melee weapons, they've also gone through some changes. The big thing to note about melee weapons is that most of the time their stat line will be boosts or buffs to your existing.
So that's strength modifier.
So Saturnine Disruption Fist, IM stands for initiative modifier. So
Okay, so it's slower. Attack modifier is just attacks. Strength modifier. Armor penetration damage. No, it's full-sized army game, Hannah. So it's like 2,000 point army.
Just on a read of that, you can see that a Saturnine Disruption Fist is going to pretty much kill anything short of a character in a single hit.
10,000 years to play a game. Possibly.
They love this game and they poured all of that love into fine-tuning and finishing.
2-3 days tops. Horus Heresy players love playing like massive games over a weekend.
First place you'll find them is in the booklet that comes inside the Saturnine box. And you'll find all of the quick start rules and profiles and things that you can use them on in your first games. This is absolutely full of structured information where they tell you the start profiles and things. This is great.
Ruin a marriage. Ooh! We get new Liber books. Here are all the rules in the yeah. Oh, we got new Liber books. Wow! Exactly like last Ed, but we get these three as well. Wow, I bet this took ages to write. Wow! They're like a codex, yeah, Hannah. They're like a codex. So if you're a traitor legion, you just get the Traitor Legion Liber, and it has all the traitor legions in it.
So, you've heard of the Horus Heresy. It's the foundation myth of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, an epic saga of events so cataclysmic they shook the galaxy to its very core. With more than 35 years of real-world history behind the setting, including 2 best-selling novel series totaling 64 books, a tabletop miniatures game...
I was wearing flannel.
...feel overwhelming. Good news is, it's actually pretty straightforward. And to prove it, here are 3 surefire ways to get started.
Can you remember the Horus Heresy in 60 seconds?
Simplest by far. Packed within the new Warhammer the Horus Heresy Saturnine box game is the Age of Darkness rulebook. This honking great tome isn't just a rulebook though. It's also a fantastic primer for the events of the Horus Heresy. It's loaded with artwork and lore explaining the build-up to the heresy, introducing the Legiones Astartes and the other main players, and even has detailed timelines of key events. But what if you really want the story? You know, all those novels everyone keeps banging on about. Well, if that's your chosen route, you're in for a treat. Just pick up the Horus Heresy Book 1, Horus Rising. First up, it's a genuinely excellent novel and sets up all of the events that follow. Want a brief, spoiler-free summary? By the order of the Emperor, Horus has been acclaimed the War Master. Everyone loves Horus. It's all gonna go great. But wait, what if you just completely time-starved and need another option? We've got you covered. The entire Horus Heresy series is available on audiobook, meaning no matter what's keeping you busy,
fucking Erebus.
do it while Horus purges the legions of Imperial loyalists. Travelling to and from work or school, it'll sound better to the narrated events of the Dropsite Massacre. Frantically painting models for your new Warhammer the Horus Heresy army. You get the idea. So there you have it. 3 great ways to start exploring the story of the Horus Heresy. The only question is, how are you going to catch up?
That was a great little... I have to confess that the audiobooks in particular...
Fucking Erebus. Come on, we got 15 minutes left. They've got to show They've got to show something else. They're gonna show something else. They're going to show something else. I have faith.
There we are. While we're talking about...
It can't just be waffle.
Also coming out alongside Saturnine is an amazing new map produced by the Warhammer Studios.
Ooh.
The Imperium of Mankind at the time of the Horus Heresy. So,
Eddie, may I make a suggestion for you? Like, shut the fuck up, Eddie.
Begun. You can almost imagine Horus like using his own equivalent of this.
Yeah, he's got one just like this up on his wall.
That's really cool. I want that.
Probably.
I want that.
The skin of
Lots of scribbles on it.
Yep. Yeah.
Titan. Wow.
Really beautiful and just the perfect thing for your collection and for putting on your wall if that's your jam.
You want a display of that? Yes.
Coming soon. This
What's
is
that?
New volume, which is Journal Tactica, the Dropsite Massacre Part 1. This is our first of the Journal Tacticas that we'll be releasing for the Horus Heresy game, and it is rammed full of great content. So
yeah, they're going to fold it, aren't they? It's going to be really annoying.
Scenario rules and ways to play to recreate some of those famous events, as you can see here. Like loads of great stuff for you to add some variety and interest to your games.
Cool.
I'm really excited about this is we get to put a microscope over one of the most impactful events in probably the Imperium's entire history, right? This was the first decisive blow of the heresy.
Raven Guard!
Really changed the fate of the galaxy, and the studio team are exploring it in beautiful detail.
I think one of the things about the Horus Heresy is that you do get to visit these amazing moments.
I'm really impressed with this. I'm really impressed with this.
Library books, you're like, man, that battle sounds really cool. It'd be great to kind of reenact it, and this allows you to do it. There's a lot of the kind of DNA from some of those really well-loved black books for the very first edition of the Horus Heresy in this. Yeah, it's just a really lovely book if you want to kind of, if you're narrative-minded and you kind of love playing games. And the Horus Heresy is great for that. This is an awesome book for it.
Perfect. So we've still got some things to show you that perhaps you haven't seen. And one of the things that I'm excited to show you, this is probably my favourite thing of the entire preview. But following hot on the heels of the release of Saturnine is a really impressive new kit. Perhaps we can roll the footage for that now.
Oh! Oh! Wow. I mean, that's just been dry brush silver, but wow. Wow.
Holy cow. Moo.
Wow. I want to see that painted properly in a proper Legion's colour rather than just dry brush silver. That's awesome. Of course, it has variations coming in. Yeah. I mean, they'll be right back because they've got to swap out all the boxes now. So they need to bring the fell blade. There we go.
Unquestionably my thing I'm most excited about. I have loved the Legion fell blade since I first saw one way back when Forge World first released one in beautiful Forge World resin. This is an all-new multi-part plastic.
That's insane.
Glorious Space Marine Legion.
That's insane.
Not be more excited. Here we go. The real thing is like 300 tons of armored.
I don't know what chapter do I need to paint that for?
This thing is rocking 2 accelerated cannons. You can rip a Titan's guts out with those things.
Platix Fellblade, baby. Moo.
Moo.
Cannon mounted in the front. Those heavy bolters in the front can be.
It's not as big as I was expecting. I'm not painting it Iron Warriors. I'm not dry brushing that silver.
For last cannons, you've got a heavy flame up in the front. This thing is just a battleship with tracks, armored fury incarnate, and I could not be more excited. I want one now.
I mean, you can't have one right now, Adam, but you can have one fairly
so close
soon.
to it is
You
the
can have one
problem.
fairly soon. Here it is. It is. You get a sense of just how big this thing is. But just to give you even more of a sense of it, we have brought along its little brother. Look at this. Trundling on stage left, we have a predator, and you get a sense of just how.
Yeah, that's not as big as I thought actually, but that's pretty cool.
It is a fairly typical sized tank in games of Horus Heresy.
Wow.
And if I lift it up slightly, you'll notice that the predator is ever so slightly shorter than the entire length of the accelerator cannons on it. But you can imagine one of these fell blades leading like a pack of smaller Space Marine tanks around. Obviously, it shares the sort of similar silhouette and design styles, obviously from the same STC source, but it is.
Did you get to see a resin version? Yeah, there's a resin version of Warhammer World.
Just sheer mass, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just giddy about this.
I think they were bigger,
In all of the best ways. Such a
but maybe not.
I can't wait to get
Maybe this was the size of them because the Kratos tank came out, didn't it? And I thought
yeah, absolutely.
I thought that's about the size of the Kratos, maybe a bit smaller.
Colours coming through really nicely there. If you are a painter and you want a model to show off your painting skills on, this is a nice one to do it.
Yeah,
Oh right, yeah, because all those flat surfaces are really good for painters.
I put the transfer sheet somewhere else, but Saturnine has a transfer sheet in it with 1,172 individual transfers on. Some of them are very, very tiny. Some of them are like big enough to be decorating your Saturnine Dreadnought.
Some of them are like knee pad squad markers.
Yeah, absolutely. So, there we go.
There we go.
Coming in stage left. Beautiful. So I always get a bit overexcited about transfer sheets because I can't do freehand to save my life. So this is where it's at if you're looking to detail your models. As you'd expect,
Oh, so it's
team of the box, these focus very
Salamanders and Iron Warriors. That's it. Then we've got lots of numbers and markings. It's Baneblade. Yeah, I think so.
There's some quite useful markings for any legion there. You've got like squad markings and
100%.
Tactical. And
That's cool. I like it.
So, we're still not done yet. There are still new and exciting things for us to show and share with you. But before we do that, let's jump across back to Question Corner with our Lore Master. And see if there's any questions we need.
We've still got more Blood Angels paint job. No, I see. I don't know. Do you do Night Lords or do you do it Raven Guard, or do I do it Emperor's Children? Because they're the three chapters I've got in Heresy. But none of them are really like tanky. None of them really have tanks in my head. Like Raven Guard are all. I suppose Raven Guard do because they make use of everything. The hull is great, but the turrets just feel lazy in design in this set. I think the turrets are just like the turrets that are in the rest of the Heresy, aren't they? It does look a bit just like a scaled up Kratos. It looks like an Audi. Like, you know how an Audi just has like a small Audi and then a big Audi?
Give us a plastic Imperia Titan with cowards.
Alice? Oh, the fucking Alice!
Congratulations everybody, we've been live for 5 hours, so everybody gets your intro alert back. Iron Hands would have them, but same problem. Iron Hands, yeah, you just dry brush the thing silver, don't you? Because I like all the sneaky chapters like Raven Guard and Night Lords and stuff. I mean, they're going to have tanks. I just don't know what colour to paint it. I think I'll do it. Night Lords. I mean, I might not even get one. If I get sent one, I'll do it Night Lords because it's got lots of open panels which we can do freehand stuff on.
Allow me to correct my previous typo. Give us a plastic Imperator Titan, you fucking cowards.
Yeah, sorry, Olivia. I forgot that you should be sweary. Sons of Horus. Sons of Horus do look good.
A trailer, like a preview. Exclusive extra, that'll do. From the upcoming Kill Lupercal animation that comes out next week.
That's true.
Oh, this is Warhammer Plus, isn't it? Splat.
Taking ground fire, my princeps. Voids to full. Diverting power.
What? What? Boom. Boom.
Limited feet from the targeters, my princeps. I have it. Ground targets identified. The traitor 16th, my princeps. Sons of Horus.
My princeps. My princeps. My princeps.
Closing target solutions.
No need. Autoloaders.
Priming princeps.
Brace.
Fuck. I'm hearing my princess. Get wrecked.
That was awesome.
Whoa.
I have the best job in the Imperium.
It's up there, isn't it?
Yeah,
Certainly.
really good.
Princess.
Eddie, what can you tell us about Kill Lupercal?
Yeah, so that was Kill Lupercal. That is the very first Horus Heresy animation on its way for Warhammer TV or Warhammer Plus subscribers. It's available to watch.
Princep means prince. Next week, I won't miss that one. Nice one, Purples.
During the Siege of Terror, on Terror
That's
itself.
right, yeah. So in the closing hours of the greatest...
Enemy contacts to the southwest. Acknowledge. Removing the southwest. Amazing.
Perfect. Right. We promised you that there would be a few exciting extras that we would close out the show with. So what we've got is a little bit of a preview of things that are yet to come. We do, however, need to apply a little bit of caution here. These things are a few months out after the other side of Saturnine. So we'll show you on the proviso that you don't harass the social media team too hard.
Yeah, that's the deal, right? So we'll show you the stuff a little bit earlier than we might normally, but you're not allowed to pester the social media team every day about when they're going to come out. That's the deal. And if you're not okay with that deal, you can start watching.
Yeah,
but if you do want to see some cool heritage stuff, then stay tuned and we'll show you it.
I'll keep watching.
We should start with some things that maybe
I'll keep watching.
They're coming based on a couple of previews on Warcom with the Tarantula turret.
Yes, so this is the
Fuck's sake. Oh, I'm really excited. Oh, it's a turret.
Drop pods and other orbital attack.
And the awesome new Arachne.
And the awesome new Arachne, yeah, it's the little brother of the Arachne quad.
I don't think.
So if you do pick up a set.
I think I can probably cope with not harassing Warcom about when this is coming out.
Some classics return, including your las cannons and heavy bolter options, but you've also got a snazzy new Volkite option and a melter option in case you want to drop in and melt some tanks.
The Volkite does look really good.
The Volkite is the best.
It isn't Mark V.
Honestly, they're all great, but my favourite's the Volkite. It's clearly
aesthetically.
Tobes is obsessed with Mark V.
New thing that we're able to sort of hint at. Here we have the rapier batteries.
Yeah, so there's
And we get new rapiers. Woo.
Guns you can kit out your rapier batteries with.
They gave us good stuff. They did.
One of the kits gives you graviton and quad heavy bolter options.
I like the if you don't like it, fuck off stamp of approval. Yeah, nice new rapiers. They're nice.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Imagine you're trying to
They're cool.
As Mortalis and one of those like rounds the corner and you're like,
Tiny little tanks. They are cute.
the ways you can build it. The crew that come with it are particularly cool. They've got lots of
They're cool.
touches, including
Is that Mark V?
and tech and
There's
targeted and
almost
stuff.
some Tech Marine vibes on these.
Is that Mark 5? What helmet's that?
Tech Marine, aren't they? So certainly morphed into Tech Marines by the time they've gone.
It's not Mark 5, is it? Toby's going to be, it's not fucking Mark 5, Chris, shut up. I like them.
Ways, these can be built as well. There's 2 kits on the way, with depending on how you want to equip them. This one comes with a quad launcher or a laser destroyer. So basically,
my favourite.
Whatever you want to shoot at, there's probably a Legion Rapier that can help you do it.
Yeah, the Rapier Laser Destroyer has like a long and storied history of just blasting armour to pieces. I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Now, they also have a group of Space Marines who control them. There you are. Lovely.
Oh my god, look how badly that's painted.
I'm ready to go to
There's lots of rushing.
the next thing, which
Come
is
on.
a Mark II Legion Assault Marine. I've been very excited about this.
I like that.
Showed it to me earlier on today.
That looks cool.
Great.
He looks like he means business, doesn't
Look
he?
at the size of that!
Space Marine with the jump pack. They've made some other modifications as well. You can see that his armor's sort of beefed up a little bit. The jump pack is absolutely enormous. It looks like a jetpack lifting that kind of ton of Space Marine right into the middle of the enemy.
Okay.
The chain axe is huge. You can, it's like the size of a man, right? So you can imagine that coming down and just ripping stuff to pieces.
Can you imagine inviting somebody into combat?
That's cool.
Crusade. Hi, we're here.
Yeah, I really want these on my Primaris as well. I think they're great.
I think you would. I think you definitely enjoy it, right?
That's cool.
These are on the way, a little way off, but they give you another way to put.
Come on, one more.
Especially if you've gone for
Sneak peek Primark.
2s and 3s.
Sneak peek Primark.
Armor pattern.
For sure. Speaking of Mark II and 3 and brutal armor patterns, one of the most exciting things you're going to see today is Gone Wild. Everybody loves the creatures, and they are coming in plastic. This
Yes, they're cool.
Iconic shield.
They're cool.
Bolter with a drum mag because reloading is hard when you're holding a shield, and just that brutalist look that comes with the iron armor. I love it. I'm very excited.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Look great. I think it's an upgrade as well, so you can potentially mix with different armor marks. But there is something about the mark.
So I use breaches in my current Dark Angels army.
Stop giving me in the balls games workshop.
For locking down areas of mortality zones, or for just dying slowly on objectives.
They're really smart.
They always look so cool because they've got that huge piece of heraldry on the front, so you can just paint them.
Oh my god, Hannah, that's amazing.
Like, if you just put a splash of colour across it.
I'm stealing that, Hannah. That's fantastic.
All I've done, and mine look good. This one is beautiful, obviously, with the incredible studio paint job. Now, it's mostly Space Marines. Oh, we did that before. Here we go. This is a Space Marine still.
Yeah, there's more Space Marines on the way. We're only going to show a little bit of this guy, but is a Volkite gun. Obviously, bolters and disintegrators are great, but Volkite is another one of the staples of the Horus Heresy. But who is carrying this one? We're not going to tell you who it is, but feel free to speculate away. This is another Space Marine plastic on the way in the future.
Beautiful.
Who's the chapter master of the Iron Warriors?
Space Marines in the Horus Heresy, even though it's mostly Space Marines. Here's a look at something that's coming from the Forge Worlds, maybe Mars.
There we go. So, yes, this is a Mechanicum thingy of some sort. Not going to show you the whole model, but just in case you thought we'd forgotten about the troops of Mars, don't worry, there are more things on the way.
Absolutely, a little tease of something yet to come. And speaking of teasers yet to come, and so that the talons of the Emperor fans are not left out, behold, this is a beautiful Guardian spear for an
That's cool.
Legio, I beg your pardon, Custodes model. It's a new model, it's a plastic model, and that's all we're going to tell you.
It's true.
That's cool.
I'm quite excited though. I want the Custodian players to get their.
We just didn't want you to think we'd forgotten about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that is everything we have shown.
Wow. Okay, that's cool. Custards in 30k. Yeah, more custards. More custards in 30k. More custards. Guys, that's been an hour. I didn't think they'd be able to do 20 minutes. They've done an hour. That's very, very cool, though. That is very cool. I'm just going to make sure they're not going to finish with something at the end and show off a Primark. Dantioch model, maybe.
You have picked a Legion for your when you look at Horus Heresy. What colour would you pick for your Southern box?
So, when this stream is done, if you are thirsty for more Warhammer entertainment, do not necessarily just leave. We'll be throwing the stream back to our colleagues open.
Dantioch is the loyalist Iron Warrior from the Horus Heresy. Oh, really? Loyalist Iron Warrior? Purples, are you going to get some Custodes for 30k as well? As the armor is just say yes, yeah, you can. Custodians seem to go between the two quite well. What's going to happen to the HorusHearsay.com? Might as well if the models are the same. One project I've wanted to work on for a while is Loyalist Iron Warriors. Do it, Sinister. No Primarch, thank God. Yeah, Primarch reveal seems like something that they would do on its own kind of reveal day on Warcom or something. Do love the hazard stripes. Wait till Chris finds out there's a traitor Raven Guard that joined the Night Lords. Is there? What's his name? What's his name? Right, I'm going to raid into somebody, everybody. Once we've got this all finished up. I'm going to go find somebody to raid into. Who should we raid? Who is on that we can raid? You mean the one that Beckwin booked too? Is there? So I need to read Beckwin now. God's sake, I need to read so many goddamn books. I've got to read so many books. Oh, go on then. We'll watch this one more time. Studio. I'll raid Studio. Perfect. I haven't raided Studio for a while. Thank you, Purples.
It seemed to help him. A way he could express the enormity of his plan.
This is so cool. Guys, thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out today. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. And thank you for all the Bretonian chat.
On how deep the rot goes.
All the Night Crusader education and stuff. Really, really good fun. Thanks, everybody. It did make me laugh that when they were like, oh, we're going to show you some new stuff. Oh, it's a weapon battery. Oh, okay. Love you too, Muzz. You all rock. You do all rock. Right, let's get the raid set up. Boom. Here comes the Saturnine. Here comes the Saturnine. Come on. Oh, they're so cool. I love it. I love it. I love it. Half the legions now stand with Horus.
You're surprised?
In the end, I suppose not. Do you wonder if they might be right? Many will sympathize with their rebellion.
I am the Emperor's spear. What I think doesn't matter.
What now, then?
We make ready for a war that may never
may never end. Thanks, everybody. Take care. See you later.